to anyone, all around the world.
Oh my God!
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best. And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
He's gonna make it through to the next phase. He secured himself a big place in the knockouts.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh, me! It's me!
What?
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome to the Chess.com Global Championship. It is finally here. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, International Master Lawrence Trent. Lawrence, it's arrived.
Yeah, we're here finally. It's time for the wonderful last 64. What is that actually? That's not even it's not the quarters. It's not the last eight. Goodness me. Does it even have a name? Whatever it is, 64 fantastic players about to duke it out for, well, one of the most incredible prizes ever given in online chess. We're going to dig deep into that. But first, I think it's appropriate for us to give you all an overview of the format. Robert, how are things shaping up in this, well, let's call it first round of the last 64?
Yeah, it is the opening round here starting today. You will watch the first few matches. It is a single elimination knockout. So, Lawrence, you lose, you're gone. You have no second chance, no other life. And with a time control of 15 minutes plus a 2-second increment, there will be less moral degradation than we're used to.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. Let's see. But certainly 15 plus 2 is actually a very interesting time control. Normally with the slightly longer blitz games, the 10-minute blitz games or 15, you get a 10-second increment. But with just 2 seconds, there's actually a chance that people still flag. So time trouble is going to be a real thing.
It certainly will be. And the field includes 64 players in 8 groups. 32 players had to qualify their way into the field. The other 32 were invitees based on their rating, their luminaries of the game, such as Vladimir Kramnik. So as you see the top seeds in front of you, we also have 5 world chess champions, including none other than Vishwanathan Anand and Vladimir Kramnik, as well as Veselin Topalov. So it's going to be a great field, Lawrence.
Yeah, some superstars of the game are going to be playing. We've got current elite players, former elite players, upcoming youngsters. It's really a beautiful mix of effective. Well, I would say really the lion's share of the top players in the chess world. There are some notable exceptions. However, it's a good crowd, I can tell you that.
It certainly is, and we see the bracket on the screen in front of us. I mean, there's so many exciting matchups that it's easy to lose track. And if we look towards the middle left of the bracket, 2 of my favorite matchups, Lawrence, we were talking before the show. We have Vidit against Sarana, and also I love that matchup, Ray Robson against Vasil Ivanchuk.
Yeah, and we've got, these are 2 highlights. As you said, we were discussing them before the show. There are a lot of close matches in this first round. I do expect a lot of upsets along the way. It's going to be really interesting for me, Robert, to see how the older pros and the older legends do in an online format like this with a slightly unusual time control. There are some of the let's call them older legends, let's call them 40 plus players who have got a bit more experience. But for example, talking of Vasily Ivanchuk, one of the biggest geniuses chess has ever seen, I can't actually recall him ever playing a 15 plus 2 minute game in a big tournament like this. So it's going to be really curious to see how they all do.
Yeah, and Ivanchuk has been playing in Title Tuesdays, more online chess. For him, of course, he's been the Champions Chess Tour as well. So maybe he just got his feet wet. He's ready to win the grand prize because the Global Championship has a very healthy prize fund. First place being $200,000, Lawrence, the biggest first place prize of the year.
Well, when I first heard about the Global Chess Championship and, of course, was asked to do some commentary, when they put that graphic on the screen, I asked if there was a typo. This was in the preliminary stages, but no. Thanks to the gratitude of Chess.com, sponsors and alike, we have managed to put together a tournament with what looks like the biggest prize fund in chess history. I think it's a reflection also of just how popular the game is now, how many people are coming to play chess and watch chess. $200,000 is a huge amount of money, and it's also $100,000 for second, and the other prizes are not to be sniffed at either. So tons to fight for, tons of pride on the line as well in the first of what I hope is many editions of this fantastic tournament.
For sure, because every single round at the start gets you $5,000 extra. But let's look no further than this side of the bracket. We are starting in Group G, also known as Ding Liren's group, as the top seed there. And we're going to have his match against Min, one of the most popular chess streamers, one of the most wholesome content creators out there. We'll also get former world champion Vladimir Kramnik against Frans Melkumyan from Armenia. It did so well in the recently concluded Olympiad. And last but certainly not least for today, at least in the early matches, Lawrence, Nihal Sarin and Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah, a nice mix of matches today. You know, just talking about that last match, Sarin against Mamedov. Sarin, one of the most impressive young players to really shine in the past few years. He belongs to a group of absolute superstars who have just taken the chess world's breath away by such a rise in the standings. You think of Sarin, Pragnananda, Abdusaturov, Gukesh. They all belong to this very special group. And he's playing against Rauf Mamedov, who might not be such a familiar name to some of these players, but I can tell you, Rauf, who's probably just a few years younger than me, was one of the OGs online. I mean, Rauf Mamedov used to play on the Internet Chess Club years and years ago. He's been around for a long time now, tons of experience, very, very creative play. And stylistically, I think this is a particularly very interesting matchup where, I don't think, even though on paper, Sarin is, the favorite now, I would say, Mamedov has got a few tricks up his sleeve. I would not rule out Rauf Mamedov whatsoever. So that's going to be extremely interesting. Kramnik Melkumyan is also kind of interesting because I feel like they're closer stylistically. They're both very solid players. They've got huge chess culture. Melkumyan, of course, from the Armenian Soviet school, and Vladimir Kramnik doesn't need an introduction. So they both have got a lot of chess culture, and that's going to be a very interesting one. And what's going to be really interesting, of course, is to see what kind of Vladimir Kramnik turns up today. He retired from competitive classical chess, what was it, about 2 years ago now, Robert, maybe something like this. Hasn't played a classical game, has played a few exhibition games, a few rapid tournaments. The Kramnik towards the end of his classical career was certainly a more boisterous Kramnik, actually more reminiscent of the Kramnik we saw in the 90s. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of mood he turns up in. And very quickly, the last match, featuring the number one seed of this group, Ding Liren No introduction required. He will be playing for the World Championship title against Jan Nepomniachtchi, against, as you said, the fans' favorite Min Lee. Fantastic player. Has got more online experience, I guess, than, well, arguably he's got the most, not just in this group, but you could compare him to anybody else in the entire tournament. I mean, the guy lives to play online. This will give him some advantage, but the question is it enough to beat somebody as good as Ding? Not sure.
Yeah, I love the breakdown there, Lawrence. It really gave the fans a lot to dig into. And your point about Rauf Mamedov in particular is well taken. That some of the newer fans who came to the game in the pandemic or just haven't followed over the board chess as much, they won't know just how strong Rauf Mamedov is. So he is going to be a tough task for Nihal Sarin to handle. But what else is going to be a tough task is the fantasy bracket. I know many of you have filled those out. There are over 10,000 submissions. It said nearly, but since that graphic was made, more than 10,000 total have been submitted, and the top 20 finishers win Chess.com merch and membership prizes. So check out your results. All fantasy formats are fun, and if you like March Madness, well, it's September, but the madness starts right now here on Chess.com.
Yeah, do make sure you fill out that bracket. It's good fun, and you never know. You could get that lucky one time, $100,000 for you if you guess the correct bracket, and all of the other prizes as well. You know, it would be a nice little gift, but it's certainly a lot of fun just participating. Can we discuss very quickly our bracket selections today, Robert? Because we've both filled it out. Who have we got? Ding against Min. Well, let's start actually with Kramnik against Melkumian. Who have you got here, Robert?
You know, we were talking before the show, Lawrence, and most people would probably be surprised to hear this. I am going with Kramnik because it's a 4-game match, a 15 plus 2 second increment. But I said to you that Hrant Melkumian could definitely beat Kramnik in this match. So don't be surprised if that happens, even though I don't think it will.
Yeah, I also agree with you. I'm just double checking. I do have Kramnik entered. I think Kramnik is just a little bit too strong for Hrant. I mean, just objectively speaking, he's been playing a bit online, so he's not completely, let's say, cold when it comes to online formats. And as I said, stylistically, I don't think this is a great matchup for Hrant. Would not surprise me, however, if Hrant did win. If he has a really good day, he could do it, but I'm going to go with Kramnik on this one. What about the next match? Yeah, let's discuss.
I mean, sorry, Lawrence, to cut you off there. I was just going to say the next matches. I mean, there's a thing about these. Everyone is capable of beating their opponent because in a field where the 8th seed in a group is Min, and he just became a grandmaster. He's about 25-50 in classical, and even stronger relative to his classical is his rapid and blitz play. He could actually beat Ding Liren. Like, I, again, would not be surprised if that happens.
No, he's just a very in-form online player. I would be slightly surprised, though, because it's not as if Ding, again, has been not exposed to this kind of online format. Also, it's not blitz, it's 15 minutes, so you would tend to think that that probably favors the objectively stronger player. That being said, anything can happen, and as Min Lee is easily good enough to have a great day and find a way to win. And in fact, looks as though we've got liftoff.
We do have liftoff. It is exciting. We have the game between Ding Liren and Min on screen in front of you right now. And if we just go back just a couple moves just to see how we got here, it was a Sicilian and knight f6, the Mamedyarov variation played by Min. His knight goes in the center, but then so does Ding Liren. So, Lawrence, it's preparation by both sides thus far. Ding Liren actually played a classical game of chess earlier because he's playing in the Chinese league. So good stuff from both already.
Yeah. Seems as though this is some kind of theory, but wowee. Look at this move here, Robert. B4 I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm incredibly surprised. Firstly, to see 1e4 on the board. Ding Liren is mostly a d4 player, so he may have specifically prepared for Ming. And then to go for this b4 move is wow. I mean, it is in the spirit of the position, that's for sure. Nevertheless, it's kind of shocking. So I guess it has to be some kind of home preparation.
Yeah, this whole position looks weird, right? There's this pawn on b4 you're pointing out that was a sacrifice that Min said, I want no part of that. But as we see the position unfold here, there's this pawn on e6 with the pawn already thrusted to f5. That could be a long-term weakness, but Min is claiming important space on this board, right? There's a knight here on d4. Okay, knight b5. I can't predict any move, Lawrence.
Yeah, it's a complete mess already. And I'm trying to work out who this actually sort of benefits, really. Not completely clear to me. Does Ding really want a dogfight? I'm kind of surprised at this approach. That being said, if I could take a side here, I would take white. Maybe that's just because I'm used to playing these slightly offbeat Sicilian, or playing against these kind of Sicilians. Knight b5 challenging the knight on d4. Black has got a lot of options here. It's not at all clear to me what the correct move is. I'm not even sure that, if I played a move like knight 8 to c6, is that a ridiculous move? Just giving up the bishop in order to maintain a bit of control? I simply don't know. It's a tricky position to play, actually, if you've not looked at this, because there are no really clear forcing variations. So I don't know, who would you take here, Robert?
Well, I would take Ding Liren just because he's Ding Liren. I honestly think that sometimes I look at a position like this, I see the eval bar off the side of the screen with an advantage for white, but it's not just the fact that it's Ding Liren, as, by the way, Min played your suggestion, Lawrence, just developing his pieces. Now white has the pair of bishops. The bishop can come to b2 at some moment to operate on this long diagonal. White castles, and there's this target on e6. It's a backward pawn. So I really like the contours of the position for Ding.
Yeah, and he does castle, and you're right. Two bishops in an open position like this, the backward pawn on e6. The bishop's going to plant itself on b2, you would think, at some point. Maybe there is some idea here of just playing c3. I know it looks slightly strange, kicking that knight, and if there's a trade, you have to be careful of some knight e5 jumps, but at some moment you might just want to blow open the position with some central thrust as well. So there are a bunch of ideas here for white. Rook e1 is a fairly standard move, I would say, in this position. Just developing the rook to a decent square. Bishop b2 or d3 all come to mind. And it looks as though bishop b2 was played by Ding, putting the bishop on a very sensible long diagonal. So I'm really curious how Ding works these two bishops in this game. And what is Min Lee going to do here to stabilize? Because I feel as though you have to stabilize here. Do you want to try and get in e5 at the right moment? King h8, e5, just to stabilize this knight? What do you think, Robert? How do we... Yeah.
So that looks like a viable option for sure. I was already thinking, do I want my king on this diagonal with the bishop? But sometimes there's a quiet move, like putting our king in the corner, and it's just a bit slow because rook e1 can happen fast, and maybe there will be a capture on c5. We can't forget about this tension between the pawns over here. So I think that Min is doing quite well. He has plenty of time to work with, but I do think that his position is harder to play, Lawrence. So that's why I'm concerned about his position somewhat.
Yeah, it's a sort of position which can go downhill very, very fast as black. It looks as though at the moment you're kind of stable, but a few inaccurate moves, the white bishops come alive, and suddenly you're in big trouble. So, and there you go. So Min effectively answering the question, which was, he doesn't believe he can just sit still and play normal developing moves because White's initiative is too big. So he's actually taking the game to Ding. And this move, b5, is extremely committal. I don't know if I love it, but fair play. At least he's trying something. So what's the idea here? If, for example, it gets very complicated now. Bishop a2 is the standard move here, just dropping the bishop back. But there is an intermediate move, b takes c5, that has to be considered because now the knight is much looser on d4.
Right. I think, Lawrence, that this pawn on b5, I mean, it might even just fall victim right away. Like, what if I just take on d4 and remove the guard of this b5 pawn? The eval bar shot up to 2.7. So it makes it clear that something is hanging here. And Min's move, while it was adventurous, maybe it's an adventure he wishes he didn't take.
So you're saying knight takes d4, and Ding plays the human move here somehow. It feels like the move I think a lot of players would play because you want to keep that bishop on the long diagonal and not allow too many trades. So I still believe White keeps an advantage here. And Min has to think, okay, I think originally he might have thought about playing a move like pawn to c4, but you just can't keep the bishops locked out because White will always have the move d3 at the right moment. And the bishop.
It just slices across the position.
Precisely. So I'm not sure what Min is actually supposed to do right now. If Min plays a move like bishop b7, just, White can win a pawn there, but I don't think Ding will do that. Bishop b7, then you could take on c5, you could take on d4 and take on e6. But I just don't think Ding would do that. I think he actually wants much more from the position. Something like king h8 does not look at all clear to me, actually. White's pieces are not that great. So, yeah, and now Black has got a gorgeous bishop on b7, and this could actually go wrong pretty quickly. So, I don't expect this to happen. So
no move yet from Min, but I mean, you make a very good point there, Lawrence. I just have to state that clearly, that it would seem like bishop b7 is a blunder because losing material with check, by the way, is something that most people would run away from. But I like your calculation that you continue there saying, I'm giving away material, but with that bishop on b7, it is just such a powerful piece, and it gives Black maybe not just sufficient compensation, but a chance to play for more. So bishop b7 is an option, though I could see a simple rook e1 slide causing Black some continuous issues.
Yeah. And Min eating up a fair amount of time here, and understandably, and he goes to cb4, which won't disturb Ding too much. Ding has actually got a decision here. Or does he? Because does the move knight takes d4 run into some b takes a3? But then, how does that work? Some intermezzo? Yeah, he just takes back. This is clearly the professional move in this position. And now I was going
to say the knight can't capture on b4 because the d4 knight is loose, and you don't want to take on f3 because then the queen for White gets out, and once the queen gets in the game, both bishops are too powerful to deal with.
Yeah, so he goes bishop b7. This makes sense. So now what for White is the question. Do we go rook e1? That's a fairly straightforward move. Does trading knight takes d4 in this position also make sense? The answer is yes. But what is the follow-up after knight takes d4, knight takes d4? Not clear to me at all. So still some things for Ding to resolve I don't think Ding is gonna.
The car honked on the truth, trying to figure out what the exact way to pounce on this e6 pawn. But Lawrence, you've been correct this whole game, and I have to give you that credit because with after b5, retreating the bishop to a2, anytime you can take this pawn on e6, I think Ding Liren is proving that the threat is stronger than the execution. Let's continue piling up pressure on this pawn, and there is no way that Min can defend it. You look at the eval; it's up over +2. So Ding is doing everything correct here, and he will be able to capitalize and gain extra material at any moment.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's some other idea. I mean, I'm curious. Let's just say Black plays. Okay. I see another issue with Black's position here, which is that in some positions, if he plays a very natural move like Rook A to E8, which looks like the most natural move on the board here, just protecting that pawn on E6, then at some moments the A7 pawn might be weak. I'm not sure there's a way to take advantage of that just here, but it's certainly in the pipeline. And if you don't do that, where is the clean route? Again, you can win a pawn, but I don't think Ding wants to do. But maybe this time it's actually 2 pawns. Sorry, because there you can actually take twice on d4. No, you cannot take on e6. Robert, can we show that at all?
Sure, let's analyze that.
So
you're saying
so I was analyzing knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, queen takes d4. But bishop takes e6 is a huge blunder because then rook takes e6 exists. Rook takes e6, queen d5, double attack. And you lose as white, actually. There's no way to protect the rook and mate. So
it is one move, queen f3, which somehow saves the day. But to be able to spot that in advance would have been something special, because the point is that the queen takes rook for free, the bishop is loose down on b7. So that would have luckily saved the day for white.
Yeah, I did miss that one. And if that does save the day, then this is actually a valid variation after rook a8. The reason I say that is because if we go back to after rook e1, rook a8, and then did he take on f3 in the game? Did he? He might have.
Yeah, he took on f3.
Okay, this move I'm very happy to see as white. It feels like it gives me a fair amount of breathing room, and the bishops are now working unabated along the long diagonals. For example, what's now a nice stabilizer of a move?
Well, d2 at some point is loose. b4 is also loose at some moment, but I don't think that black can take either one, as the e6 pawn and more will fall. And so bishop c3, just a calm move like that, not out of the question. Bishop b3 as well, just opening up this rook on the a file. So I like how you frame it, though, stabilizing moves, because look what Ding does. He does a rook lift, and that actually made his advantage go down a teeny bit. So I get his style. I get why he's making a move like this, but maybe it gives Min some chances.
Yeah, but I still think this is a good move and very, very difficult for Min, because now you are preparing a doubling of the rook on the e file, adding huge pressure to e6. And also, as you said, it's a rook lift. This rook is very versatile. On the third rank, can go to g3, can go to d3, can go to c3, can go to a3. I mean, pretty much every square has got some utility. And so I actually really like this move. And very important, of course, in this position is that the bishop on b7 is not protected. So black does not have a knight jump here to disturb white, or at least a knight jump, which is particularly worrisome. And in fact, there are some knight jumps that lose. For example, the move knight a5 here, if you were trying to put the knight on c4, let's say, might just run into queen g3. And that might just be the end of the game, because you're threatening mate, and then the knight is hanging. So Min plays king h8, but that doesn't actually... Now queen h5 is just a move I would be busting to play in this position, basically, with the idea that, oh, well, I am blundering stuff, or am I? It gets very complicated. So, for example, Queen H5 with the idea of Rook to H3, just threatening to crash down. But here, this is where maybe E5 might be able to be played, Rook H3, and then finally you can go H6. And I don't have my Queen takes H6 traps because the diagonal is closed. So you have to be a bit more precise here as white. So Rook AE1, this is by far, as my good friend Julian Hodgson, former British champion, one of the greatest attacking players of all time, taught me, you've got to bring all your toys to the party. Don't leave a rook on A1, put it on E1. And now literally every single one of white's pieces is involved in this attack and pressure on the black position. And if E5 is played by Minley, which it just was, the question now is, does Ding want to take on E5 here and take on B7? The answer probably is, I think he would prefer not to. Is he going to play a little move like, it's getting now a little bit messy, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely a position where Min is starting to feel better. And well, we'll come back to this for sure. We haven't checked out the other two games, so maybe we should hop on around, Lawrence. And
all right,
this game, the Kramnik game, is looking spicy. So let's go on over there, because I just saw these knights. These menacing knights on F4 and G5, along with this queen on G4. This king on G8, is it going to survive? Ron Melkumian says queen C2 gets the job done.
Love this move by Hrant Melkumian. This is a classy little defensive idea. The queen now backtracking along the B1 to H7 diagonal. And if the queen ever just sits on F5, looks to me as though the two knights and the queen are doing a sufficient job there to hold the position together. Not only that, you've got to be a little bit careful here as white. Sometimes you focus all of your attention on the king side, but the B5 pawn is a target, the D4 pawn is a target, some knight F5 appears, some rook A4 appears. All of a sudden, you could be a bit overstretched, a bit overextended. So this is certainly not a position which, to my eyes, looks crushing for white. And the evaluation bar confirms it. It just says that this is equal. And in fact, I have to say, even though I've been on the white side of these structures all my life, playing against Frenches and whatnot, I would take black here. Maybe that's my age showing, Robert, that, I would prefer the defensive task.
Well, it's funny you say that, because while I am a person who goes against the French defense, every time I see it, I'm like, why would somebody do it? This was a Caro-Kann. But the underlying pawn structure is great in the French, because a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. So this little chain here from D4 to E5, the D4 pawn can become a target, whereas F7, if, say, the queens get traded, is very hard to get to. Now, with queens on the board, watch out for a sacrifice in the E6 square, because if you're not looking carefully, you can be hit with a knight takes E6 or a knight takes F7 with knight takes E6 to follow kind of stuff, and you might get checkmated. So that's why Melkumian is spending so much time right now. He understands that if he takes with a knight, maybe knight F4 to H5 to F6 could be very dangerous for his king. So with these queens still on the board, Lawrence, Melkumian can never rest easy, and he's doing the right thing by spending a bunch of time on this recapture.
Yeah, and actually, which way to capture on G6 is also not at all clear to me. Which knight is better? And again, that's why Hrant is investing so much time here. Kramnik with a nice 3-minute advantage. He goes with the E knight, which is actually the knight I expected, because the F knight protects E6, knight H5, as you said. But can we just ignore it and play queen F5? I know it's ugly to ruin our pawns like that, but I feel as though... no, we then drop D5. Sorry, that probably isn't very good. Excuse me.
Right, because the
No,
e6
no,
pawn
that
doing an
isn't very.
important job.
Okay, this is a tricky spot for Hunt. He's down to 3 minutes 45. He needs a good move here. Does he want to play knight d? No, knight d7, knight takes e6, and then is there a knight takes e5? It gets. It's all getting a bit crazy.
Lawrence, I would not want to have this from the black side. I know we were just saying that if
Yeah,
we have accurate defense, we may be able to then go on and play well in the ending. But this is so scary with both these knights sitting here. And as you pointed out, queen f5, I'm just going to put this on the board, that looks like a natural defensive move. But after the queen swap, we lost our great pawn structure, and that pawn was defending d5, which means knight f6 check followed by knight takes d5 already wins a pawn, which is what you were indicating before. So I do think that Melkumyan, he's getting in time trouble. He's down under 3 minutes. That may seem like an eternity in online chess, but in this position, you may find yourself checkmated in a few moves.
yeah, absolutely. And when I was alluding to the defensive task, let me just put in a caveat. I need 2 hours on my clock to be able to defend this because there are so many knight jumps, so many sacrifices, a lot of ideas actually for white in this position. Very rich position in terms of attacking motifs. So I do not envy Hrant's task here. Feels very, very tricky. And as you said, serious time trouble and a bit of pressure now. Vladimir Kramnik up 5 minutes on the clock. 2 seconds increment only. This is not a 15 plus 10 game where, you know, the 10-second increment really is massive because you bash out 5-6 moves in a row, it's already another minute. 2 seconds on the clock. Oof. And Hrant really struggling here. Seems as though he can't see things too clearly. And big, big trouble, in my opinion, for Hrant Melkumyan.
Yeah, I agree with you here, Lawrence, that just based on his clock management, and there he goes, knight d7 immediately. The eval bar shoots up because that is, in fact, a blunder. You were mentioning knight takes e6. That looks like it's very possible right now because if that pawn were to take back on e6, in comes the white queen with check. The knight on d7 is loose, and loose pieces drop off. So Kramnik, with 7 minutes, he is able to spend some time before going for a knight takes e6 move, but it looks like he will find it. And as much has been said, Lawrence, about how Kramnik struggles in online play, how he sort of played Rapid Chess Championship and immediately quit because he lost on time in a few different games, he played very well. He started something like 4.5 out of 5. He was outplaying everybody. Even in the final round against Vincent Keimer, he was completely winning before flagging. So Kramnik can play online, and he just needs that increment.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, even though he hasn't played historically, let's say, tons of online chess, it's not as if these guys are not used to a computer screen. These guys have been using the laptops for decades and can just as easily calculate on a 2D board compared to a 3D board. And Hrant in big trouble here. Knight takes e6. Looks good. Not sure what Kramnik is trying to calculate. Is he looking at, let me put a variation to you. Knight takes e6, Robert. Knight d takes e5. I want to give back the piece like this. D takes e5. F takes e6. Queen takes e6. King. Oh no, I am getting mated, aren't I? No, I'm just getting mated straight up. King f8. King f8 might avoid mate, but even then I'm not really avoiding mate. And my queen f6.
I liked your reaction there, though, because I had the same thing. I was like, oh, maybe there's this rebuttal, and then you immediately look at how it turns out. And even if there's no checkmate, white's up a pawn here with the safer king. So it feels like, there it is, knight takes e6 played by Big Vlad, and he's going to score a dub in game 1 here.
Yeah, I don't see any way Melkumyan can survive this position on 1.5 minutes. Looks toast to me. Well, I don't even know what the best defensive try here is. Something like a rook. I'm desperate to get my rook involved on a8. It's so unfortunate that I can't Can't find a route for it. Maybe rook a4 to threaten knight d. That's the move, isn't it? Rook a4, Robert, to threaten knight d takes e5. A little cheapo to try and make something work here. I think that's what we're going to see, actually. I think when you're low on time, you play rook a4 and pray that he misses knight d takes e5. After which,
Lawrence,
suddenly, yeah.
Did we do that strong chess player thing where we look at, oh, this line wins a pawn and is winning the game, and miss checkmate in like 2 moves? Because after knight d takes e5, isn't there a knight f6 check? After king h8, queen h5 mate?
There is. Thank you very much.
I only just recognized that.
I was just testing Twitch chat because obviously a lot of people are looking at this from early in the morning. And by the way, if this is the position on the board with rook g8, this is exactly the sort of thing I was trying to get previously, where I've got some counterplay down the g file. Of course, it doesn't work, but there is one little trick here. I want to put this on the board. Knight f6, which looks logical, hitting the rook, threatening mate, runs into knight f4 check. And if knight takes g8, queen g6, backwards queen move out of the blue, and all of a sudden you get mated as white. So there is still room to mess this one up. Wow. And the sort of thing I would, if I wasn't if I wasn't fully focused, I could fall straight into. But rook g8, so you actually need a move here as white. And let me suggest a move. Queen h3, Robert, runs into knight f4 check. I am the worst player in history. Thank you very much. I actually thought I could play knight takes f4 check myself. And for all of you guys thinking I'm using an engine, I think that might be your proof otherwise. Yeah, I'm going to blunder a lot of queens today. I've got a feeling. So what do we do here, Robert, actually? Hold on a second. Why is this so easy?
Maybe it's knight g3, just bring our knight back, block the line. And I think that's the problem in how I also think about these positions is I'm going for checkmate. That's what I've been doing this whole game. But I have to realize I've won 2 pawns. I have enough extra material. My e-pawn will start running. The king on h8's in a world of trouble itself. So bring the knight back to g3 just to avoid some kind of discovered check. That might just be the way to go so that we can coordinate our pieces and make use of our extra material.
Yeah.
So
tough position. I mean, it can still go wrong here for Kramnik. This is not a given. He's objectively winning, but practically speaking, blunders are possible. So knight g3, knight f4, it seems, is on the board. King h2. Okay.
What a cold-blooded move, by the way.
Is this so clear if I play, for example, rook g7, queen d8 check?
Ooh.
And then queen h4 check. Okay, so queen g6 makes a ton of sense.
Is there rook h1 here? Can I play rook h1 and then king g1 mate?
Actually, it's one of my favorite things in Robert Chess to give mate with the king. King g1 mate. The discovered checkmate with the king is very pretty. And rook h1 is going to be very tough to stop. 8 seconds.
Down. He's not going to be able to even find a move here. 5 seconds. Got to go. And 3, 2. And he gets one off. But king g1, doesn't that just win the game?
92 check he wants.
Oh, very clever. And then you have to...
Yeah.
Not too late to blunder. King f1 would have been a blunder. Well, king f3, rook takes g3.
Oh! Oh! Wait a second. Wow. Goodness me. So king f1 is the only move. But good enough.
King f1 is completely winning. The knight covers h1. Kramnik plays it. And Melkumian loses on time. Vladimir
Wow.
Kramnik gets to a 1-0 lead here in the 4-game match with a 15+2 second increment time control. He takes the drink of water. He should be very happy about the start here.
Yeah, and they get a small break. Final position here, very simply winning for white. The queen was lost, and there's not much point carrying on. But we've got another game here. And is this the Ding game? I guess it is, right? It looks like the Ding Min game, but totally winning for white, basically.
It is winning for white, but based on the time, Min is down on the clock, but we also know he's a very experienced player in speed chess time controls, and he does have a knight and 1 pawn for the rook. So if this knight can somehow get its way towards the white king, he'll have chances, but I love the move by Dingler and queen to d7, because rook e8 comes next, and the black king is hunted.
Okay, queen f2, good resources here. Queen f3 check actually would threaten a perpetual, but queen d3 nicely spotted by Ding. And now can you... queen c3 check, yes, but I guess just king g8. And now will he try rook e2, possibly? Rook 4 e2, is that the cleanest? Not fearing the queen trade? Or has he got something? Yeah, that's exactly what he does.
You got it, Lawrence. And here's the queen trade. And okay, black has some chances here with the activity. This knight's about to come to d4. c2 is loose. And if black can trade off both the a and b pawn for the c pawn, that will give chances even though you're down in exchange, because not many pawns remain on the king side.
Rook f2, trying to activate both rooks. But how to do it? Check. And then rook to c8. Okay, but a4 or b4? This is what he wants. He wants to double on the on the 7th, and this is what he's preparing now. He's also preparing g4, g5, or in some positions. Rook ff7 is a bit more a knight d4, but here... Ooh, actually, this is a bit careful. Rook f4, knight c2, rook c4, knight e3 check. And hello, hold on a second. This is not so easy.
All of a sudden, Min's winning.
He's winning.
The pawn's going. Can't be stopped.
Oh. What have I just seen?
Knight
takes c2. It's all over.
And look at Min Lee. He is in jubilation. The fist pumps. He has defeated the number 2 rated player in the world. He came back from the dead in that game, Lawrence.
I can't believe what I've just seen. I was so surprised at how nonchalant Ding was there. I'm a bit shocked. His sense of danger completely failed him. And just like that, Min Lee ran the A pawn down the board, and it was too late. I'm shocked at how nonchalant Ding was dealing with that issue. And wow, what a win for Min Lee.
Seriously unbelievable. You made a great spot. Rook f4, knight takes you. Rook c4 was likely a plan just to win this pawn. But then you see knight e3 check, scooping up this rook, and black wins. So I think Ding had that idea. It wasn't going to work out. He freaked out and then lost the game. But I think rook f7 was the way to go.
Yeah, so you come down the back this way precisely. And that black king has still actually got issues. And in fact, after knight takes c2, Robert, here, can you play g4 with the idea of playing king h3 and g5? And if black plays g5, you've got... g5 here, h5 is never mate. That's the problem, because the king goes back to g7. So, okay, let's stop that one. Take the one. Maybe you just play rook c7 instead, and if knight e3 check, you've got king f3. Yes, and there's no way to save the pawn. Knight d5, rook c5 will inevitably win this pawn. And yeah, and with the white king so close, probably is technically winning.
Wow. What a finish to this game. By the way, Nihal Sarin won his first game against Rauf Mamedov. We will dive into that match as well. We just are getting our feet under us. It's a win for Kramnik, a win for Nihal Sarin, and surprisingly, a win for Min Lee. He is able to shock the world to take a lead, but it is a best-of-4 match. So we're going to take a quick break. Lawrence and I will be right back for more from Chess.com Global Championship when we return. And we return here to the Chess.com Global Championship. The first games are in the books. We've had 3 winners in the first game of their matches. Vladimir Kramnik, Nihal Sarin, and surprisingly, Min Lei takes down Ding Liren in game 1.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff, really. Ding had a huge advantage. He was coasting, and perhaps just got a little too complacent, too comfortable, because Ming, he puts up a lot of resistance. He's a resourceful player, and he found a way to cause some practical problems. And Ding just completely misevaluated and misinterpreted the position. Ming's A pawn had to be dealt with, and he didn't, and he just ran it down the board, and it was too late for Ding. So a huge win in game 1 with the black pieces. Still time for Ding to mount a comeback. Nevertheless, you have to feel like Min Lei is in with a real chance of causing could even be the biggest upset of the first round. It's the first game that we've analyzed of the entire round because of the rating difference. Truly extraordinary stuff. But game 2 has already started, and this time we're going to be focusing on it looks like Mamedov against Sarin, who we didn't really have a chance to look at. Sarin did take the first one, so should we look at this one and then maybe go over to Ding if things start to get a bit wild?
Yeah, we'll keep a better eye on all games going forward, but right now we have our eyes on this one here between Rauf Mamedov and Nihal Sarin. If we look at their ratings, by the way, Lawrence, that Mamedov's actually the higher rated player according to Chess.com rapid ratings. Now that fluctuates. Right. Some people play less than others, but for Mamedov, that should give him the confidence he needs to realize that he can strike back as good as Nihal Sarin is, as young and talented as everyone knows that he is. Rauf Mamedov's experience, and when you have experience, it means that you know how to come back from deficits.
Absolutely. Let's see how he does here. Rauf Mamedov now with the white pieces, it seems. Let's get that game up on the screen.
Yep, we got it going on right here.
There we go. And a kind of a modest opening approach here by Mamedov, but an approach that gained some popularity in the past few years. We've all seen the mainline Italian game. Actually, in my opinion, Robert, you might disagree with me, but I think it's taken over as the main weapon against 1e45. The quantity of games we now see in the Italian compared to the Spanish, I think, demonstrates that. And the mainline Italian still discussed a lot when you play with d3 and c3, looking to play that slow game. But there's something to be said for an early knight c3, and you can see exactly why this has been played by Rauf Mamedov. What he's trying to do is hunt this dark square bishop down via the move knight a4. And normally, if you're able to make that trade, you can claim that you've really gained something there, because that's a very important bishop for black in these Italians. And to exchange it for a knight and then say, okay, I've got the 2 bishops and I can open up the position, things can happen. But it seems as though Sarin, not phased at all, says, all right, mate, feel free. Take the bishop. I'm going to trade off your light squared bishop. Then you're going to be just left with 1 bishop, and I've got a perfectly solid position. Seems logical to me.
Yeah, no, I think your description is great, especially in light of a potential second bishop coming off the board for black, because if we get this trade as well, and I can just put this on the board quickly, and here we might see it, knight b6, a b6. What exactly is this bishop on c1 doing? Right. This is the live position, so I'll just put this up here. These pawns for black all on dark squares. That limits the scope of white's bishop, and you're going to need a useful diagonal. So I like the start of this game from Nihal Sarin's perspective. I also like the fact that he is not yet castled. I know your coaches have told you, castle quickly, get the king to safety early. The king is perfectly safe in the center, and you're not sure yet which side of the board it will be safer on. If you castle kingside, there's an open file for the rook coming to f8. But now that white has castled kingside, maybe black can strike with a g5, g4 push at some point. He says, I won game 1. I don't need to think about aggressive intentions. But the point was that he had optionality there, and all chess players, well, they like to have choices.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a very orthodox position, though, very orthodox structure, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Ralph decides to do here, because this is the moment where Ralph basically has to decide on a medium-term plan. How does he want, because he's almost got his pieces developed. Yes, he can play moves like bishop d2 or bishop e3, but I'll tell my students, these are not really moves connected with a plan. You know, there's, in my opinion, Robert, and again, you might disagree with me, but I think there's a big misunderstanding when it comes to chess literature. Developing a piece doesn't mean just getting it off the back rank. So if we went back a move there, Robert, and played the move, for example, bishop to, let's say bishop to e3, I think this move actually doesn't really help white. It might even hinder white, because when a d5 push comes, your bishop then can get in some trouble, some tempies being lost. So when you think about developing a piece, guys, and you know, especially a lot of you players watching, improving players, really try and ask yourself, is it connected with a plan, or are you just getting it off the back rank? Because a lot of the time getting it off the back rank doesn't quite work. And we now see exactly what a grandmaster thinks. He says, no, I don't want to just put my bishop somewhere random. I want to put it in a position with purpose, and I really like the move b4. Ralph is saying he wants to put the bishop on b2 on the long diagonal, and then if he can ever open up that diagonal via a move like pawn to d4, suddenly the bishop is going to do its job, which is perform along an open long diagonal. Bishops like long open diagonals. Why not put it there? That's the difference between a grandmaster way of thinking and an improving club player. Or am I being overly critical?
No, I think it's a great point that instead of just simply developing the bishop on the diagonals on, he makes a move that causes Nihal to think, because knight takes b4 is technically possible. The rook on a1 is loose, so why would Mamedov give away a pawn? No, it's not a gambit. This queen needs to protect the rook for a takes b4 to be a possibility. How does the queen get to protect the rook? With a move like bishop takes h6, opening up black's king in the process. So who won this pawn trade? White clearly did, because black lost a defender, whereas white lost this pawn on the side of the board that's not really doing all that much. So that is why Ralph Mamedov plays b4 and can get away with it. And Lawrence, he highlighted the position very well, that this bishop will likely come to b2. When we play d4, our bishop will actually have some scope along the board's longest diagonal, rather than just sitting on e3, staring into brick walls in both directions.
Precisely, yeah. So now it's on Nihal. He's got a decision to make. What should black be doing? Well, there are two ideas here. You've got to be a little bit careful. You can't advance d5 so easily, because it looks as though the move b5 might come. I'm not sure how clear that actually is, but you don't want to start unnecessarily giving up pawns in the center. Again, you can connect the rooks via some standard moves. I wonder if we're going to see a move like does the move pawn to b5 actually make sense here? Like, you prevent b5 yourself, you kind of fix the structure on the queen side, but then I guess Nihal is thinking, does white in some positions have some c4? That might not be possible because e4 is hanging. b5 feels like a pretty typical move. You probably hate it, Robert, but it's on my radar.
I don't hate it at all. I think it's actually a completely natural type of move, and it does stop white's progress, and you cement this pawn in place. This is semi-open file, so the rook on a8 will stare down this pawn a3 that cannot move from there. I think another move that I'm thinking of is knight e7 to g6, things like that. Queen e8 is standard as well, just trying to get this queen on the diagonal because there's no f7 pawn blocking its path. So those kind of moves all come to mind along with your b5 push. I think that Nihal is doing just fine, but he's working right now to come up with a plan. He doesn't just want to make moves. He wants to make sure he actually has a plan so that when Ralph presses forward trying to gain some momentum, he is in time to stop all of his opponent's ideas.
Absolutely.
And
I think we should go
move on
to the ding game.
Okay, let's go there. Ding Li Ren with the black pieces against Min Le, and Well, we tune in here. It looks like a pretty symmetrical position, Lawrence. So what caught your eye?
Well, nothing especially caught my eye here. It's a very standard-looking position. Ding is, of course, doing absolutely fine here. He's got perfect piece coordination in this symmetrical Queen's Gambit accepted kind of structure. Very difficult to make progress here as white. The reason I wanted to come to this particular game was simply because I feel as though it's an important bounce back game or opportunity here for Ding. A loss is a catastrophe. A loss here would mean that Min Lee would only need a draw out of the last 2 games. And I think, psychologically speaking, it would be very difficult for Ding to bounce back. So I'm curious how he approaches this position. I don't think he's just going to want to halve out here. I think he's going to just try and outplay his opponent. How he does that? Well, if I knew the answer to that, Robert, I'd be 2650. That's the problem. I mean, to make progress in these positions, to make these little moves, these little improvement moves, is one of the finest arts in chess. And for example, in this position, it's not at all clear to me. I want to play. I mean, how ridiculous is the move Queen A7 to put the Queen on A8 here? I guess it's insane, but maybe I've had more insane ideas. I don't know. What kind of candidate moves are you looking at here, Robert, with the black pieces?
I don't think that's completely out of the question. So you made a number of good points there, and Ding Liren is maybe top 2 player in the world by rating, obviously, but in terms of these types of positions, the way he beat Hikaru Nakamura in the final round of the candidates is just a position like this, where it looks completely even, and he was able to find ways to just poke and prod and cause his opponent some issues. So I don't think that bringing the queen to the long diagonal is out of the question. I think that what Ding is trying to consider is a move like b4, a good idea, trying to open up the line from the queen on b6 to the pawn on b2. Should this knight on d7 start hopping into the game with knight to c5? Maybe that knight lands to b3 at some point. But these advantages for black, you see, is 0.2 in black's favor. They're very small. And I think the reason why I would prefer black is because of square control. If you notice the pawn structure on the queen side, black has control over the c4 square. White has a hole on b3 that could be a problem later in the game. And the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. Who controls the pawn breaks here? It's black with the potential b4 move. So that seems minor, and it is. But in terms of trying to come up with more than just splitting the point, as you were saying that Ding wants to accomplish, well, you just need to look at your small pluses and try to maximize them.
And rook e8 played. So Ding's saying, okay, maybe now he wants to follow up with some knight c5 because he wanted to avoid too many trades. I'm still in kind of liking this. Yeah, he does go knight c5. This is clearly very logical. And now a knight can land on e4 at the right moment. So what is Min Lee going to do here? Does the move bishop e5 make any sense here, Robert, to just try and plant this bishop sometimes on d4 and just anticipate a knight e4 jump? I don't know what you think about that one.
Looks very reasonable. And that's the thing about these positions, is that you tend to have like 7 different moves that all look good. And that can cause you to burn clock, or it can cause you to misstep because you get a bit nonchalant about things. You're like, that looks good, that looks good, it's all the same. And there's no tension in this position, none at all. And that's why I think Min is trying to figure out, is this bishop e5 maneuver strong? Bringing the bishop d4, I really like it because the bishop on g3 isn't doing all that much. Other moves that come to mind, potentially, I was about to say covering the b3 square with bishop c2 right away. I wasn't necessarily expecting, but it does make sure that knight has no forward progress.
Yeah, bishop c2 played. So now the question is Ding going to just float in on e4? Possibly. Are there other ways to make progress here? Most likely. And I wonder...
maybe maybe there's like knight d5 as well, just because you were saying white might want a bishop on d4. I think black would also like a bishop on d5. So these kind of trades, sort of trading white's most active piece could be good. And he takes your advice and brings knight to e4. Similar idea.
Okay. So knight e4 indeed played. What do you think? Do you think Ming is gonna hold this one, Robert, or do you think Ding is gonna find a way to eke out some kind of advantage? And bishop e5 played.
I think that Min's in great shape here, and Ding Liren, he can be perfectly content with a draw. That's the thing about when you are trailing in a match, and it's a 4-game match. He does not have to win this game, and I think Ding Liren, Wesley So, these are two of the best players on the planet at not losing their nerve. They understand that there will be 2 games remaining, so you don't need to go all in this one, especially when it's a symmetrical position. So what Ding Liren's going to do is now maybe bring that queen to b7. Your idea from earlier, Lawrence, this knight can come back to c5 at some point, bishop to c4. I do like the inroads that Ding is making. I think he is slightly better here. I prefer his position, and it's just one of these things that it may look completely even, but when you take your eyes off the calculation, then all of a sudden things get a bit iffy.
Yeah. Queen b7 on the board, as you mentioned, Robert, now lining up down that long diagonal, and progress being made here by Ding Liren. This is an instructive game potentially. All of you guys who play Queen's Gambit Accepted or some similar systems and have been wanting to find out how to press with black, Ding Liren is giving you a free lesson here. This is the sort of thing you need to do. Incremental sort of improvements. It's not a rush. If you start rushing in these positions, it always backfires. As Robert said, there isn't the tension available for you to just go and blast things open. So you have to just slowly improve your pieces. Talk to your pieces. Ask them, are you doing the job you want to do? Are you applying maximum pressure? Are you being efficient? That's what the great players do in such positions. And Ming now plays a move which I guess he wasn't that happy about playing, but maybe just couldn't find anything sort of better, which is b4. And this, of course, now gives up the c4 square permanently for a black piece, either a bishop or a knight. The b4 and a3 pawns are also a bit more vulnerable. But I guess the idea of this move is that Min actually wants to retreat the bishop from e5 right out the way, either on a1 or b2, give himself some more space to jump in on the dark squares in the center. That's how I would interpret that move, Robert.
Good interpretation. Takes away that c5 knight jump, which kept bothering Min. So this position looking pretty level for now. We'll come back to it if something interesting occurs. But I'm looking at the Kramnik game because Melkumian, well, he needs to strike back. And so as we head on over here between Kramnik and Melkumian, look at this, Lawrence. Black is actually down a pawn for the time being because white with 7, black with 6. But I guess Kramnik's claim is that this e5 pawn is not so long for this board with bishop takes f3 on the horizon.
Precisely, yeah. I don't think Kramnik is going to be too unhappy here because I don't think there is a way for white to hold on to that pawn. And yeah, so rook d2. You're not obliged to take immediately on f3 here. You can play a move like rook fe8 first if you wanted to, because knight d6, you could probably even play rook takes e5. Maybe he doesn't want any of that. Maybe he does just want to simplify matters. Take on f3, take on e5, and see what's going on. Looks completely fine to black, to my eyes. But then again, I've got a very poor grasp over the nuances of this kind of Catalan. What would you do here?
I think you're being a little hard on yourself because I think your intuition was correct. Like the fact that so many people would immediately take on f3 and then immediately take on e5, but you're suggesting here that that's not going anywhere. That maybe there are improving moves to make, and Kramnik makes one of them. And I think what this illustrates, if we just show a sample line, was that if bishop takes f3 was played instead, after, say, bishop takes f3 or queen takes f3, I'm not sure it totally matters how you capture back with, but then take on e5, white plays this move rook d1, and suddenly you have to contend with the move rook d7, and you cannot play rook to d8, because if you play rook d8 after all the pieces are traded, your bishop on e5 is hanging and white goes up a piece. So your intuition was perfect there, Lawrence. You suggested a improving move. Instead of rook e8, it was rook d8, just to trade off pieces on the open file. And now Kramnik, at his leisure, can take this pawn e5.
Yeah, well pointed out there, Robert. And there has been a trade, it seems. And wow, a move I did not expect by Kramnik. But it looks as though there might be some concrete reason for it. b5. Attacking the knight. And if there's a trade and a knight floats into d6, what does Kramnik want to do there?
Can I just say something before I answer the question of the position? Yeah. Can Vladimir Kramnik keep playing chess? Can we, sign a petition for that? Because the way he's handling this position, you could see to the side of the board here, it says zeros after this sequence of moves. He's clearly so darn strong, and who doesn't want to see Big Vlad duke it out with the best players in the world? So I don't know who's going to start that petition, but somebody, please get on it.
Yeah, I mean, such a great player, I think his contribution to chess is often understated or undervalued. I mean, this man, from the opening stage to middle game ideas, his contribution has just been huge. And I know a lot of people miss seeing him play, because he can still clearly play at the very top level if he wanted to. I'd be really curious to hear what you think his rating would be if he just kind of came back, if he had 3 months of prep. I think he would still be over 2,700 easily, actually. I think he would be a 2,750-ish, maybe around that area. Wouldn't surprise me. But, he's also done everything I think he thinks he can do in chess. He's been world champion. He's been world number one. He's won Olympiads. What else is there left to achieve in chess? And he's got a family, so it's probably going to be difficult to tempt him back, especially when he can win just 200 grand sitting at home with a nice cup of coffee and his filtered water on tap. So it's going to be hard. And I think he's going to take this tournament extremely seriously as well. That's my impression. So let's see. And his position is just fine here. Opposite.
Yeah, in fact, I was going to say I prefer his position. He's got chances with the outside pass pawn. I think that it's easier to go wrong for white than it is for black, because there's no targets in black's position. b5, maybe it's a little bit loose, but I don't see it as being any looser than this pawn on b2. So king g2 played by Melkumyan. And the biggest problem, I would say, for Hrant is that he needs to win. And you can't just beat Kramnik on demand. That's something that all the best players in the world have been working on for decades at this point. So I just think that Kramnik is playing the perfect match right now.
Yeah, I love the way Kramnik is playing at the moment. Very, very nice, controlled. Doesn't have any serious practical issues to deal with in this position. Feels as though Hrant's pieces are not really working that well. Kramnik has still got a bunch of moves, improving moves he can make. I would actually take black here quite comfortably in a real game, I think. But everything in black's position is what is fine and well. And I wonder if he's going to play the move h5 here. That's the move It's a little bit loosey-goosey. It's completely unnecessary. But I just want to, what can I say?
That is a round of applause for you, Lawrence Trent, because you absolutely called that one.
Yeah. The reason this move has got two main ideas. Firstly, it prevents knight g4 jumps, which might spark a little bit of initiative. Knight g4 and e5 ideas by Hrant trying to activate his pieces whilst deactivating that bishop, for example, on g7. And the second idea is now some bishop h6s suddenly do appear in some positions, and this pin can be a little bit awkward sometimes. Often, even here, the trade of bishop for knight leads to some interesting middle games. So Hrant decides to go rook to d7. So, wow. Why can't I take this pawn?
I think b5 was going to be
b5 was hanging.
And I mean, I really love the way Kramnik's doing this. He's just saying that, I'm not going to give you any semblance of an initiative. No attack, nothing to target. If you play rook d5 now, thinking you're going to win this b5 pawn, Kramnik's idea is that now queen takes b2 is a queen trade because you will win b5, but with the liquidation, Kramnik's saying, I have no chance to lose this game. So I love what Vlad is doing. I think we can trust him to hold this. We'll keep an eye on it, of course. But I think we should go over to the game between Nihal Sarin and Rauf Mamedov because that game is heating up some. All of a sudden, these rook landed on e5 from what I saw. Of course, as always, the eval bar says, there's nothing. It's zeros. But look at Nihal's clock, Lawrence.
Yeah, Nihal way down on the clock and kind of surprising in his position for me. Even though the eval bar might say zeros here, I think you take white all day in this position with this silly looking knight on h5. The f5 pawn is weak. Here you can play a move like rook fe1, for example, and it's absolutely not clear at all to me how you're supposed to unravel here as black because f4 runs in, well, f4 just drops the knight, I beg your pardon. You can't. So after rook fe1, what is black's idea? Maybe just to play g6, but then you weaken your king. So, I mean, I expect rook fe1 here by Rauf, and Rauf is, he's got the patented t-shirt in mouth position, which is more of an online at-home position. Very rarely over the board do you see a guy with his t-shirt in his mouth, but Rauf clearly sensing that this is a moment here for him to get back in this match. And I think he's favorite. He needs to find a couple of good moves, and he does play rook fe1.
And so we can Nihal. I was going to say, Lawrence, that we know how good Nihal is. Good is the understatement of the century. How amazing Nihal is at speed chess. He did win 2 matches in last year's Speed Chess Championship. He's one of the best online players in the world. He's also up a pawn. I actually missed that fact that he is a pawn ahead. And if he can win this game all of a sudden with black, a rook coming to d6, hitting the knight on d4 and the pawn behind it on d3, watch out, because then he might just lock this match up.
I'll be honest, I also didn't see he was a pawn up, which is a huge detail, actually, in such a position. Every pawn does count. He's also now got a route back for his knight. White does not have a way to take advantage of the 7th rank, because rook e7 just runs into a very simple rook f7. The trading of rooks clearly helps black if black is a pawn up. And actually, I see no real way here. And Rauf, if you caught that there with the what do you call the horse sigh, Robert? You know the one.
Yeah,
that sort of, right. He let out a horse sigh, which is it's not a great feeling to do that because you're just looking at this position saying, "Damn, I'm actually out of ideas here." I can't find an improving move. Knight e6 also runs into rook f7, and if you start getting really creative like knight d8, that runs into rook d7. And if you start taking a pawn on b7, then your knight is actually trapped suddenly randomly on b7, and black there could just consolidate with knight f6. Doesn't even have to take the d3 pawn. yeah, I think Ralph is frustrated here, to say the least.
Yeah, well, Ralph might break the internet if he loses this game and goes down 2-0 to Nihal Sarin. But Lawrence, all of a sudden, I'm looking at the Dingley Ren game against Min Lei. Well, we will keep an eye on every game as best we can. But that game, it looks to my eyes like Ding, he's trying to do a little something over there. He has his pawn all the way down A4. He has the pair of bishops. And if you look at the evaluation, it's getting better for Black.
Yeah, and this is exactly how I was thinking this game was going. The momentum was definitely in Ding's favor. And even with the exchange of rooks, these two bishops in this kind of ending, pawns on both flanks, sides of the board, a weak pawn on h4, an advanced fixed structure on the other side. Let me tell you, this is no fun to defend. It might objectively already be losing for White here, because Black is going to be able to establish the concept of two weaknesses, in my opinion, at some point. F3 is going to be weak, or G3 is going to create another weakness. The A3 pawn is a permanent weakness, and White doesn't have a way to attack any of Black's pawns. That's the big point. The B5 and A4 pawns are easily defendable. H5 is easily defendable. G7 is out the way. Black's king is also much more active. You need an active king in the endgame. Got to be careful here. King d5 would be a huge blunder because it runs into knight e3 check. So, of course, we see a correct move here from Ding, e4. And now he's just creating all of these gaps, all of these little openings. Now he's going to target the g3 pawn. And I see a Ding win here. I do not see a way for Min Lee to objectively hold this position. I mean, it's just too gross. Yeah, bishop. So you can go g6 here if you want. You can probably, yeah.
Sorry, Lawrence. I was just going to say that all of these pawns on dark squares for White, that's the big problem, is that there's this bishop on e7, which isn't doing all that much just yet. But here's step one, bishop d6 hitting g3. Is that going to force the knight back to f1? Then bishop d3 kicks that knight out of there. In fact, White's just losing all of his pawns immediately, and Min shakes his head. He's dead lost.
Yeah. And the biggest problem Min has, yeah, and he just understands, hands up in the air, is that after knight f1, bishop d3, Black can happily trade bishop for knight because it's not an opposite color bishop ending. Bishops of the same color. Also, h4 just falls very quickly. I actually expect resignation from here by Min. Save your energy. You have zero chance. The pawns are falling. And look how quickly that position, just the collapse there, Robert, might be shocking to some people when just 5 moves ago, oh, we have a sort of equal material endgame. How bad can it be? That's the difference. Ding understanding that the two bishops cause havoc on this board in this kind of structure with the fixed weaknesses. Yeah, bishop d3. Okay, Min now just playing out of frustration. Bishop takes g3, knight f3. Now, even bishop e4 here is not a blunder because knight g5 check, king f5 is still easily good enough for the win. You can do, and actually I think, but bishop e4, knight d4 check. You don't want to give unnecessary chances because b5 hangs. Probably just king f5 here. And if king d2, can you just go bishop f1 or something? Yeah, just run the king to g4. Looks like a fairly straightforward victory.
Yeah, it kind of seems like a lot of things win. But the one thing you need to avoid, which is what you were indicating, is that you can't allow bishops of opposite color, because even if you win this h4 pawn, if they're opposite colored bishops, that's how Min has a chance to survive. So Dingler centralized his king. The bishop comes to f6 to provide another defender of h4. And I just want to give a shout out to Dingley Ren, because he lost game one in frustrating fashion. The eval bar had him at something like +4. He was up in exchange for a while, and then he somehow loses the thread and the game. And so for him to bounce back in this manner with playing a clean game, those are the best types of games. When it almost seems like you've done nothing, like he just made very natural moves, but that's just how strong he is, that his just casual moves are stellar, and he does, in fact, go opposite colored bishops. He takes the second pawn away, distracts the bishop from knight d4, and Lawrence, he sees his way through this. He knows he's winning the resulting ending.
Yeah, 2 pawns is just too much, especially when there are 2 other pawns on the other side of the board. White would love to put together some kind of fortress, but you just aren't able to do it. King c4 here, yeah, and king into b3 is just really impossible. You can try bishop g5, yeah, but this is nowhere near enough. King b3, and now it's a third pawn. Yeah, it's just not even close with 3 pawns. Okay, yeah, and the king comes out via b1 as well. You can, yeah, it's time to resign here as Minley. Yeah, and
Wow.
on cue, big win for Dinglerim, right back in it.
Yes, and Lawrence, I'm just going to bring up the final position from Melkumyan Kramnik because it was checkmate on the board.
Wow.
Somehow Kramnik lured the white king up to h4 and delivered a checkmate. In this position, we left off like around here, and I guess Kramnik brought his knight into d4 and just simply outplayed him thanks to h5 and h4. So your h-pawn idea, Lawrence, it paid dividends for Kramnik.
Certainly did. And Kramnik now with a commanding lead, you tend to feel as though this is probably the end of the road for Hrant. Kramnik only needs half out of 2. And even if he were to lose the 2 games, he is guaranteed a spot in the tie breaks. We're not going to get there, in my opinion. I think Hrant is just being outclassed by a better player. And Sarin also drew with Mamadov there. So Sarin did hold that position, even with his time situation. He won't be too unhappy to hold with black. So, basically, well, I'm happy because my bracket is looking pretty good here now, Robert, I have to say. I was a bit concerned that my 100K dream would be already done and dusted, but Ding coming back there, just so people know for full transparency, I've got Ding, Kramnik, and Sarin today to qualify.
Yeah, those are definitely the popular picks. And right now, Kramnik up 2-0, Sarin up 1.5 to half, and it's Ding Liren who's in a tough battle with Min Lei, the very popular chess content creator, recently minted Grandmaster from Vietnam. So as we return in a few minutes, there's more to come in the opening matches here at the Chess.com Global Championship. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Chess.com Global Championship. We have 2 games in the books, 3 matches on progress. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me, International Master Lawrence Trent. Lawrence, we've had some great games thus far. The action is only just getting underway.
Yeah, we've had some, well, I guess predictable ups and downs thus far. The biggest being the match of Ding Liren against Min Lee. Ding Liren losing with the white pieces in the first match, really unexpectedly, but was able to bounce back in game 2, meaning that match is currently tied with 2 games to go. Remember, it's the best of 4 games, so 2.5 points will mean that you go through. In the other match, Kramnik is taking Hrant Melkumian apart. Doesn't look like Kramnik has had any issues thus far whatsoever. And Nihal Sarin with an advantage over Ralph Mamedov. So far, the favorites of the match is not in any serious danger, in my opinion. The games have kicked off, though. So, Robert, let's go straight in. Ding Liren against Min Lee. Ding playing now a much more familiar way of chess. Ding Liren is a 1d4 player, almost, I would say, exclusively. So when he played e4 in game 1, I was very, very surprised.
Yeah, he's going back to his main repertoire, and he's doing much like what Ralph Mamedov did in the previous game. He has given his opponent double pawns, taking in a pair of bishops. So this is standard opening fare, and will White be able to succeed in passing queenside and then pushing these pawns, whether it's g4, e4, you name it, it's going to be available. So what we need to do is use the semi-open file and the dark squares to his advantage. But I've always liked this position from the white side.
Yeah, I haven't got much experience playing these systems, either with white or black. But I have seen a lot of games recently, and it feels as though white has been doing really well in these systems. You've got the 2 bishops, you've got the central majority, and as you said, Robert, if you are able to favorably expand and push, you can get quite the initiative as well. So, yes, black is solid. Yes, black has got that typical Slav kind of robustness about his structure, but I've never been a fan of it, and I fully expect Ding to be happy with how this current position is. Lots of chances here for Ding to do lots of different ideas as well. I mean, he's got a fair amount of flexibility here in terms of how he wants to set up. So we'll be curious to see how that one goes.
Yeah, it's early stages of this game. I'm looking at the other games as well. Vladimir Kramnik, if he draws just one of the next 2 games, he moves on here at the Chess.com Global Championship. So, should we go over to that game?
Let's do it.
Absolutely. What is going on here?
Well, we have a position I'm much more familiar with. This will have come from a Rossolimo Sicilian with a quick b4. Yeah, and this move d3 is a cool little move that I'll say I've done a little bit of work on it. I won't lie. D3, e5, and a3, exactly this position. Knight e7, I believe, and b4. And this is actually a very, very cool system. The idea being that after c takes b4, a takes b4, it looks as though black can win a pawn with knight takes b4. Black can, but the move bishop a3 is particularly troublesome for black. You can't protect the knight easily. For example, well, a5 just loses a piece because of the pin along the a file. So you have to actually move the knight back to c6. And now the point of this idea, which is to put this bishop into the heart of the black position on d6, really as a kind of sort of cork in the black position. And if you run this on the engines, this is really, really tough to play. You can't move the bishop, you can't move the knight. White has got all of these improving moves. You know, you can put the knight bd2, knight c4 exists, all kinds of stuff. In even castles, in the worst case scenario, you can even chop on c6 and take on e5. And the computers tend to like this position for white. So that's why I believe the move d6 was played exactly. But now white is able to take on c5, take, bishop g5, queen a5, I believe is the position.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, it's a very unclear kind of position. So the question is, what is Kramnik? I think Kramnik's going to play the move a4 here, with the idea of them following up with knight a3, knight c4, or knight bd2, knight c4. Even knight bd2, knight b3 exists. I think he would rather play this position without playing a4 because it gives black a few more squares, but that's what I would envisage. Or you could drop to c4 with the bishop. Castles. But now what is the question? Do you just go knight d2 here anyway with white? Maybe you do.
Yeah, I mean, knight d2, simple
Maybe you
development,
do.
things like that. It all could be okay here for
Definitely possible.
white.
We can absolutely imagine something like that. And as for black, what black is supposed to do here is it's very unclear. At least black has got the sort of the change in structure he needs in order to make something happen. Remember, Kramnik Kumian is down to 0. He needs to win this game, and he needs to win the next game if he's going to remain in this tournament. So he absolutely must win, and he's got the sort of position where at least he can start playing for that kind of win. So queen d2 on the board. I now fully expect Ran to keep the queens on somehow, but even that is not completely clear. Queen c7 runs into some knight c3's ideas, and if he has to go back to d8, also self-pinning, it's not ideal, but he understands that it's a situation which requires him to take some additional risks. Now knight d5 is coming, and this is a big problem for Ran because there's no f6 move. And in fact, he's starting to look at this position, and I think he's thinking, uh-oh, do I have to play bishop e6 here? Might be the only move.
Bishop e6 is a very, very sad move to play. So he goes bishop g4 instead to go after this knight on f3. But I like the pressure that white is building. Knight d5 at any moment could be a nuisance to deal with. The h6 square under white's control. f6 would then be under white's control as well. So to win this game from the black side, that's what Melkumian needs to do. But it's looking like it's not a very fun position for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let's just keep an eye on all the games. I'm going to just hover over some of the others to see what's going on there. We don't want to miss even a moment, and maybe this is a good time to venture over to another one if we can. So I'm going to pull up the game between Nihal Sarin and Rauf Mamedov, and okay, white is up a pawn. That's Nihal Sarin. And Lawrence, I've never had a great grasp of these positions where you give away the c5 pawn and then just claim, yeah, all is well in the position. I have the bishop pair and a good dark square bishop, but it is a pawn.
Yeah. Again, this looks like this is a position from a Rossolimo, a similar opening to one of the other games we've just seen. This time with a more classical system with bishop e5, g6, castles, and the like. Yeah, as you said, sort of grasping this where the compensation is for the pawn here. I think years and years ago, the compensation was appreciated more. And nowadays, you've got Nihal Sarin, part of the computer generation, who just says, excuse me, a pawn's a pawn. Show your compensation. I don't really believe you've got objectively enough. And he might be right. That being said, Mamedov grew up in an era where you could imagine the likes of Kasparov playing these kinds of positions, getting that dynamism. There's all kinds of grandmasters who could, and it's if you don't know this inside out, it's still a little bit tricky for white. Like, how are you supposed to set up here? You can't play knight c3 because you drop the c5 pawn. You can't play bishop e3 because you drop the e4 pawn. So what are you supposed to do? You can't play b4 because you open up that diagonal and something will happen. So what exactly are you supposed to do in this position?
You ask an excellent question that Nihal will have to give us the answer to. Maybe you can just develop the bishop all the way out to g5 or to f4. Those are two other viable options. But the pawn on c5, it can be targeted quite quickly. So it's really playing around that pawn. b6 will immediately apply pressure. The pawn on c5 is pinned. And after b6, there could be bishop b7 to follow. And this is this new generation, as you were mentioning, Lawrence. Knight b to d2. What a difficult move to play because you're locking in your bishop on c1. You're actually just making sure you can't develop. But perhaps rook b1 followed by b4 is on the horizon. Maybe e5 for white at some point, and then this knight can jump out to e4 or to b3 to protect the c5 pawn. So perhaps that's what Nihal is going for.
Yeah, and I wonder if Ralph now is going to play the move b6, trying to say, look, there's a pin down the c-file. You can't take because your queen is hanging. If you go knight b3, then I'm going to put my bishop on b7, and I'm going to try and get maximum output for my bishops along the long diagonal, pressurize e4. That looks like a fairly standard way of playing this position. How else? Maybe even the move a5 here it's a little bit loose, isn't it? I mean, you can't play knight c4 easily because of queen takes c5, and I'm trying to anticipate knight b3 and by running this a pawn down the board. And he does none of that, of course, and he plays the move
bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
But bishop e6, it develops. It allows for a rook c8 next to increase the pressure on the c5 pawn. But it also has the possibility of running into a knight d4 at some point. What do I mean by that? Maybe knight b3, which preemptively defends the c5 pawn. And even if you start going after the pawn, there could just be knight d4 next to fork the queen and the bishop. So I understand bishop e6, but I can also see the downsides of it.
Exactly.
So Nihal, I mean, he's in great shape in this match, but he doesn't want to just, draw this game and try to draw with black. It's one of these positions where he's probably feeling it, I mean, we look at him on screen here. He's really diving into this position. He understands that he has some chances here, but he also knows that if he makes some misstep, black with the bishop pair could have the upper hand. So Rauf Mamedov, he's fully concentrated as well, and this is a position with a lack of clarity.
Yeah. Nihal, much like his young colleagues, are all incredibly ambitious. So it's not as if in this position he's trying to make a draw with white. That's not the route he wants to go. As you said, Robert, you draw this. Might happen, might be a draw. But you don't really want it, because then you've got a shaky last game with black and all kinds of things could happen, right? So if he can put the match to bed now, that's definitely what he would want to do. So, yeah, curious how he'll play here. I'm curious if there has been any major sort of developments in the other matches, though.
Yeah, let's go on to the Dingley Ren game against Min, because that one is tied 1 point apiece. So that match, thus far, even, and if you look at the eval bar off to the side of the screen here, it says black is even better in this game. That is Min Le, the newly minted grandmaster from Vietnam. Very popular streamer. Shout out to Min. If our mods are in the chat, give him a shout out. Let's follow his channel. But right now, I would say the evaluation bar can be misleading. while black may objectively have a slightly better position, look at how complicated this is. There's a king in the center. Can you take this pawn on d5? Not very clear because a rook will land on e1, and there could be pressure and pins. And after f4, is there going to be an h5 at some point, an f5 at another point? Lawrence, I would not feel comfortable with either color here.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I think I would still take white, even though black is objectively better, just because black's king is in the middle, and from a sort of a practical point of view, it might be slightly more difficult. Also, if you're a bit sloppy here with black, white suddenly does get a good position. Bishop f3, rook e1 comes, and all of a sudden you might be a bit tied up. So he does go for rook takes d5, which is, a principled move. And yeah, I guess after bishop f3 now, the problem is you can just trade on d1 and castle and say, so what? You've got nothing here as white, which is probably true.
That's why I love Ding Liren's move, Lawrence. He went rook d to e1. He says, let's have more material on the board, because do you really want to castle with h5 as my next move? So even though black is better by almost a pawn, black is up a pawn, but if we look at the 0.7 evaluation, this is actually quite scary. So it's good for Min that he has more time. And I have to say that the best thing that's happening here is that Min is going to believe in himself. When you're playing Ding Liren, the number 2 rated classical player on the planet, I believe he's also number 1 rated in rapid chess, according to FIDE Rapid Ratings. If you lose game 1, you're like, okay, I mean, it's Ding Liren. What can I do? But when you win game 1, when Ding makes a mistake, when you're in every single match, yes, he just ground you down, but it was a close game. I feel like Min just has that self-belief. And as I see him on screen here, he's kind of chilling back near his fan, and he might really shock the world and take down Ding Liren.
Long way to go. I think 3 results are still possible here. I think the onus is still on Min Lee to prove that he can stay afloat in such a position. The king is still very, very weak. So I'm not that bullish on Ming here. He decides to castle. I expect, and yeah, an h5, exactly. Now after h5, gh, why can't I take back on h5 with the bishop?
You almost certainly can, and I think that Ding might. And I'm starting to wonder, is there going to be a rook takes g5? Because black started up a pawn, so now 2 pawns ahead. But what if I take on g5, give up an exchange, and get my queen over there? My king will feel safer. I'm not sold on the idea, but I'm just, as a defensive mechanism, that's the type of move that I would be thinking about. Is maybe I need to give some material up to safeguard my king.
Yeah, totally understandable.
And
could happen.
Ding played h5. Min immediately took.
Yeah.
And now Ding is thinking again. So what's that all about?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, what's the delay for? Because GH was kind of almost close to being forced. So I'm very, very curious what's going on here.
And I'm looking at Ding's connection. It says 4 bars. I see him on screen here. So I don't think that's an issue. And it sounds like a joke, but Ding has had many internet problems in online chess. So it does seem like he is fully connected, I hope. Although now that he's still there. Okay, good. Whew. I got nervous for a second.
He's still there. No, he's trying to calculate. I'm not exactly sure what it is. So he does finally play bishop takes h5. Really invested a few minutes there.
And I think Min's like talking to himself right now. I saw his mouth moving. He's doing the hair twirling. He's an Olympic level hair twirler. So there are many of those in chess. David Paravian, he twirls
Yes.
all of his hair out. But Min, he's up there with the best of them.
But you know who the champion twirler is, Robert, of all people? If you
Josh
guess this, I'll
Friedel.
be very... No, it's not.
From the U.S. used to do it all the time. The champion hair twirler.
It's not. It's not Josh Friedel, but rather Vasily Ivanchuk. But it's not the head on his hair that he twirls. It's this little eyebrow hair. The classic. A man who has twirled more eyebrows than anybody in the history of humanity. Really, he's got big, thick, bushy eyebrows, and they're definitely twirlable. And if that's his way of relaxing, fair play.
Hey, he's one of the absolute best players of all time, a living legend, and he is taking part in the Chess.com Global Championship. He will face Ray Robson in the opening round, but that is a future match. Right now, Min has a predicament. The H file is open. His king is on G8. Is Queen H2 about to appear? And that queen would love to land down on H8 and deliver checkmate. So I'm with you that even though the evaluation bar says zeros, the burden of proof here is definitely on Min because his king is in a world of potential hurt, and I'm worried for him. And he looks nervous.
Absolutely. And Min just struggling, isn't he? I mean, it's a sort of position where you would much rather have it in a classical game because it feels like you have to find really precise defense here. And that's what I was saying before. That's why, even though the engine bar was in Black's favor, I didn't actually believe that Black, from a practical point of view, was doing too well. It felt like you have a very tricky task here. And Minley, you can see, body language is a bit negative, slightly nervous, makes a bunch of sense.
And Ding, on the other hand, he's got the vintage look of head in hands, really focused, knowing that his queen is about to go deliver some devastating threats with Queen H2. And look at Min, the calm move. Rook F to D8, doubling along the D file, giving the king perhaps an escape route via F8 later in the game. But Queen H2, that move still looks somewhat worrisome. Oh, this is a really tricky position.
Yeah, Queen H2 looks incredibly dangerous. And I'm very curious as to what Black's correct reply there is, because it doesn't look obvious to me whatsoever. Rook D2 runs into Bishop E2. But now, sorry, Rook D2, Bishop E2, Rook takes B2 check. Can I?
Oh my goodness, you're just going for checkmate, aren't you?
And you know what?
Gosh,
I might get it.
Yes, it is. I think you do. Bring this rook in, and
King,
yes, checkmate at 1 is threatened, but after King C1, I think you're just
Queen A3. What?
And then the knight hops
Knight
in.
E4. Wow.
Oh my gosh! All
King
the pieces.
D1, Queen A4 check, and Bishop A3.
What a checkmating sequence!
Knight, Queen B4 and Queen B2.
That's
Goodness
actually incredible. And that's actually so easy to miss.
Yes. And that's actually why Ding played the move Rook H2. His spidey senses were really good. He understood that, he had to cover the second rank. So this is a very clever move. But at the same time, it feels as though just for the moment, White is kind of poorly coordinated somehow. With the back rank a bit weak. My spidey senses are tingling, but I can't make anything work.
But I know exactly what you mean, because Rook H2 defends the second rank, also allows for Rook E to H1, trying to land that Rook on H8. But look at this from Min Lei playing the accurate Queen B4, Queen takes e1 is the threat. Rook d2 is now available once more. I love the way he's handling this. And we can't forget that Min is up a pawn here. So if pieces get traded off and the attack is out the window, then it's Ding who needs to survive because he's down material.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very frustrating to play these positions with white because you're only half a move away from delivering mate, but somehow your opponent finds resources and finds counter chances. I wouldn't be ruling a win out here for Min Lee. This can get very nasty, and you can also see Ding is getting a little nervous here, visibly nervous.
Right.
So, yeah, very, very tricky position indeed.
Fans around the globe, they always root for the underdog, but then they lament the fact that their brackets are completely spoiled. So $100,000 at stake if there is a perfect bracket. And if Min wins, the chances that there will be perfect brackets when this event is done are very slim. And Rook H1 is a huge mistake, according to the eval bar. He slides his rook over, but what if knight takes H5, rook takes H5? There is this mate threat. So
why is it so bad?
Is there like, I know I'm never supposed to play the move, but I'm also wondering, is there like an F6 at the end there? Oh, and the bishop's trapped. Oh my gosh, we'll have to show us. Bring up an analysis board here. So we'll show this here after knight H5, rook takes H5. Can I not play F6?
Wow. And queen H7 check, you just go king F7. And there's no more check.
Oh, I think king H7 somehow is wrong here, but that means king F8 is correct, because if you give a check, then the king slides up.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh
that makes
my
a lot
gosh.
Yeah.
Why is king F7 equal, though? Like, that's the funny part, is that looks like such a logical move.
Right.
So how is that suddenly a mistake? Because rook D1 check is about to deliver checkmate.
Goodness me.
What a weird position. Oh, I know what it is. This is actually, absurd stuff. F5, so the bishop defends backwards.
Wow.
And if you can no longer take because there's checkmate with the queen coming to G6.
Yes.
So the essential difference is that if the king were on, and he played knight takes H5, this might happen. If the king's on F8, there's no F5 because you just take the bishop, and there's no queen G6 check. That's deep stuff, honestly, that the king has to go to F8 rather than F7. Lawrence, is he going to find it? He has 1 minute and now 18 seconds.
I think he is, because rook H8 is mate. And yeah, there it is. This could go horribly wrong. Ding Liren, if he loses this match, this game, he will have to win on demand with the black pieces. And we could be looking at our first major casualty of this tournament. And you can sense that Min Lee, he can feel, the twiddling hair has doubled in speed, and he's excited and he's nervous and he's all of those things. This is, really, really, really interesting.
In the meantime, Vladimir Kramnik won his third game in a row. He is on to the round of 32. Congratulations to Kramnik. And, for Hrant Mokumyan, it was a tough matchup. He still goes home with $5,000. So he can hold his head high with a nice paycheck. But F6 played by Min Lee. We do have the matchup between Nihal Sarin and Rauf Mamedov. I have an eye on that game. It's looking like Nihal Sarin is maybe slightly better, but even material there. So we should stick with this one. And as you point out, Lawrence, Min Lee twirling his hair. He cannot stop touching his head here. But for Ding Liren, he's the one who needs to use every bit of brain power to find a way out here, because he's lost, according to the engine. And queen H7 check, if not for that move, what can you play? Because bishop H4 loses the rook on H5.
Yeah, and Ding, his body language has gone from okay, I'm not feeling great to pure panic mode, and Queen E2 played. I mean, I don't mind this move because there's a Queen E6 check, Rook H8 mate threat. So I don't mind this move. I think it's actually a pretty good attempt. But one thinks that there should be, maybe you just go King F7 here anyway. Just protect the E6 square, get out the way of any Rook H8s. And if Rook E1, you've got importantly Queen takes E1 check. Maybe that's worth pointing out. And Rook D1.
I'm just going to show it very quickly, just because Lawrence made a great move here. Rook E1, Queen takes, trade queens in a fancy manner, and when all is said and done, this rook moves away, this bishop is going to get trapped. So really nicely spotted. Actually, the bishop is pinned with rook to D5, winning on the spot. So King F7, Min finds it. He finds King F7, and he is on the verge of winning his second consecutive game with the black pieces. F5 played, going Queen E6 mate, but
now
rook E5, Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
No, I mean, these moves all... Yeah, that's it. If rook E5 is found, it's just the end of the game. And Ding just not Queen D6 allows bishop F4 at least, and you survive, or bishop C1. Okay, rook E5, Queen G4. Wait,
this
Queen
this
G4?
could get dangerous. Queen D3 doesn't
Queen
do all
D3,
that
King
much.
A1.
And look at Min. He's looking nervous. Down under 20 seconds. Queen G4 is played. What's he going to do? How's he going to survive this Queen D3 check? And Bishop F8. What a calm move under time pressure. The king can run to E7 now.
Great move. Now I think Ding is, still in... there are a huge amount of problems here, but less than the other line would have been. But what to do?
And by the way, Nihal Sarin down to 5 seconds over in his game against Rauf Mamedov. It seems like Nihal is doing just fine. In fact, has some possibilities there. So we will keep our attention on this one as Rook H7 lands. Watch out. 15 seconds for Min. He's got to move. He takes this pawn, allowing Rook G7 counterplay for Ding, despite the material disadvantage.
Yeah, and the point is the bishop is going to come to F4 very, very quickly here. Or Rook H7, threatening mate, but his back rank is incredible.
Oh, what?
What is that?
He wants Rook D1 and Rook E1. He wants to go for the bishop.
But there's some Queen
out.
H... but okay, but you're going to draw this at the very best. But you might get away with the draw here, but what a let-off for Ding Liren, who can give another check here. And... yeah, Rook DD1 is coming. My word, what a chance for... And Minley going up the board now.
What's he doing? Queen H5, F5?
Yeah. He wants
to
play
King
F5.
B1. There's going to be King B1, and when the rook comes to D1, it's Queen H8 check.
That might very well happen.
But this black king can keep running. I mean, it's not entirely clear that the draw is forced, but it seems like there are just enough checks for Ding to hold the balance. So this is a very dangerous situation. Maybe Queen H6 as well to get this Queen to F4.
7 seconds. Rook DD1 will be played. Check.
Queen E, I didn't even see that move. Queen D7.
King E4.
Got it. And then Queen C6.
I think Queen E6, and I dropped the pawn. So, he's allowing this.
He goes Queen C6 to keep the king in.
Queen C6. Okay, now Min can dance around, but it feels as though it's going to be a draw.
King F6. Is there a way for black to lose? I don't think so. The Queen takes A6 check.
Or Queen takes A6 check.
Yeah, not the important pawns, right?
Right. Min Lee, 4 seconds, check. King E5. Yeah.
And this is going to be a draw. 3-time repetition after King E5. Wow. And Min is disappointed, but he just drew Ding Liren with the black pieces from a position of strength, and that means he gets white in game 4. So while There's, oh my gosh, the other game, seconds remaining on the clock, and it's a draw in theory, but in practice might be difficult for Ralph Mamedov, and he makes a mistake apparently.
So Ralph Mamedov playing black here has to hold the draw to save his tournament life, and this is very, very tough. Playing on increment, he has to just play instantly, and yeah, and now e5. This is a good move.
G5.
Yeah.
Don't go king g5. Rook g4 mate would have been a problem.
Rook f4. Sarin, an excellent endgame player. Now rook hg3, you can't play. He played it, but I didn't think you could play this move. e6.
Is there rook g4 there? Is that the point?
Oh, lovely spot. So
but king d5. Oh, and a blunder.
Oh, huge blunder.
Wait,
what?
And a blunder back.
King e4.
Oh my. Both
now you
sides.
can probably take. Okay.
He's gonna go back.
He'll go back to
back.
d5.
No, he goes e6, but now rook g4 forces the draw.
Yes, and it's a draw. Okay.
Yeah, h4. We will show that moment once. But look at Ralph Mamedov. You pointed out he's got the shirt in his mouth. That is the nervousness that is on display online. He managed the draw, but let's go to that moment here because it was a critical one indeed. And after rook g4, rook takes g4 was possible because the king comes back. After king f7, we get this position where it looks like, oh, it's just a pawn trade, but the king is locked out on e5. It is not getting to the corner as we saw the game conclude. So king g6, king g7, h-pawn runs. White was winning. Nihal Sarin could have moved on right here, right now.
Yeah, big chance for Nihal gone. Of course, still in the driving seat. Only need to draw in the final match to go through. The other match, Ding is tied with Min Lee. Ding has been wobbly as you like so far, but he will still, well, of course, he still has a great chance with one round to go. And Vladimir Kramnik with the clean sweep of Hrant Melkumian means there are only 2 matches left for us to follow. I guess we'll go for a short break, Robert, and then we'll be back with the action of these final 2 matches. Who's going to go through? We'll soon find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
open to anyone, all around the world.
Oh my God!
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best. And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
He's gonna make it through to the next phase. He secured himself a big place in the knockouts.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh, me! It's me!
What?
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
And we return here in the opening matches of the Chess.com Global Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, International Master Lawrence Trent. Lawrence, Vladimir Kramnik is the first player through to the round of 32, but we still have 2 matches to go here in the first set.
Yeah, a clean sweep for Vladimir Kramnik. Made easy work of Hrant Melkumian. Really didn't even have a sweat in any of the games. That is quite the opposite of Ding Liren, though, who's got an enormous sweat in his game against the fan favorite Min Lee, who, won the first game and should have really won the third game. Ding Liren getting very lucky to escape with a draw. So that means that match is going tied into the final. Well, not necessarily the final game, but the first of the 4 games. Of course, if it's tied after that, then we're going to get an Armageddon game, and we'll explain that if we get to that point. And in the other match, Nihal Sarin maintaining that half-point advantage. Sarin only needs to make a draw in this final game, and he is through. So Sarin with the advantage of, even if he loses this final game, he's still got a shot, which is a nice position to be in. But I think we should stay with Min Lee against Ding Liren, because this has been a roller coaster affair so far.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right in what you said about fan favorite Min Lee. He's tied 1.5, which is maybe more than could have been expected of him, at least by rating differential. It certainly is. But one thing that Ding Liren does to you is he makes you rethink pretty much your entire life. The way he beat Min in game 2 with the black pieces was a position that looked unlosable. So if you're Min, you can't just sort of sit back, relax, and enjoy a comfortable looking position. Every single move has to be well thought out, because Ding Liren is the king at punishing people from seemingly neutral positions. So right now, it's the black side of Rogozin, if you're thinking about it from Ding's perspective. The white king is far away from castling because you haven't developed this light square bishop. Black, on the other hand, can castle right away. There's this tension between the bishop on d7 and the queen on a4, which makes a knight move possible for black at some moment. Knight e4 going after c3, and that awkward c3 pawn is going to be something to think about. So I have had more appreciation, Lawrence, for the Rogozin in recent years. But I know that a lot of people, they still struggle with it, because if you look at the dynamics of the bishop pair and more pawns in the center for white, that can be a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it can. And, these Rogozin positions are, they're still very much en vogue. They're fashionable systems. I didn't really get the hang of them. I tried it a few times from the black side. Didn't do particularly well. But Min Lee playing very fast here. Looks as though he's in some kind of prep here. And I would take white. I think black is very solid, but I think I would still take white ever so slightly here.
Yeah, I'm with you. The bishop pair Even though white is lacking development, E3, maybe a C4 at some point, the semi-open B file can apply some pressure along that and maybe cause black to push upon to B6 and give up some light squares. So I think that Dingley Ren, I mean, he's super well prepared. So I'm not too concerned for him at the moment, but I do see some future promise for Min's position. And while they're kind of ending the opening battle here, why don't we check in the other game? Because Nihal Sarin, he only needs a draw with the black pieces. And Ralph Mamedov, he's playing like Mickey Adams, your compatriot. Very quietly, nothing special happening. But with the semi-open F file, he's just trying to take his little advantages and make progress from there.
Yeah, Ralph, he's employing an interesting strategy because effectively what top players have come to realize is that, if you go too all in, so Ralph is in a must-win situation, but actually playing something overly dubious against the young geniuses just doesn't work. They've analyzed all of these dubious lines. They know when something is a bluff. And so the only real way to play is to play something that isn't too theoretical and is a little slow and a little unthreatening, let's say, but one where you maintain chances and you can build a little bit of pressure. And I really love what Ralph has done to do exactly that. But Nihal Sarin is showing that he's up to the task so far. I don't think that his position is bad at all. I guess we're going to see knight f5 here, though. No, Robert?
Yeah, knight f5, it seems more challenging than knight takes g6. A lot of people would take on g6 right away because after knight g6, pawn takes g6, they would say, oh, look at these double pawns. But those aren't bad pawns. And now black has equal control over the open f file. Development is just going to come very naturally for black, and white has no real way to make easy progress, right? This queen can sit on e7, the bishop can develop in light squares, and maybe black can even push this pawn to g5. So that's why I like your suggestion, Lawrence, of knight f5. It just feels like it gives white far more to play for and to play with.
Yeah, and I haven't, to be brutally honest with you, understood what I'm going to do after bishop takes f5. But I don't think I can be too unhappy with that move somehow.
At least there's an imbalance of sorts, right? Like, let's say I take with the rook, keep the line open, move my queen out the way, bring my next rook over to f1. Even if there's no concrete threat, it just feels like the pressure will start mounting. And if that's the case and we keep increasing it, then black is the one who has to prove that his defense is sturdy enough.
Yeah, I think I would also take with the rook there. Just gives you that extra bit of dynamism. Knight f5 is on the board. Okay, so now actually it's an important moment for Nihal Sarin. He does go c6. I was thinking about this move. I'm not overly convinced, though, by black's position somehow. Something is bothering me. Bishop e3 I like very much by Ralph. Improving the bishop, was doing nothing on a4.
And for the first time on a broadcast that I've been a part of, the ambulance is not from my background. That's you.
I want to apologize for the guy who's, in trouble, having a heart attack down the street, for interrupting this broadcast. How dare he? Sorry, guys. I live smack bang in the center of Berlin, and it's not exactly, Orange County. We got a lot of incidents over here.
People don't realize that you're half American. So when you make these, these references to OC, they don't know that. What's Ralph drink? Oh, it was a Red Bull. I thought he was drinking a beer.
Who's drinking the Red Bull?
Ralph. I just saw him take a drink while we were talking there, and I was like, wow, if he's just chilling at home, playing this event, imbibing a bit, having a good old time. But I actually think that he might be a little bit stressed, and he looks it because he needs to win. And he made the move queen f3, giving up the bishop trade, but in doubling more of his pawns because the f file control is so essential to his chances that he doesn't really care about pawn structure so much.
Yeah. He does look stressed, doesn't he, Ralph? Ever so slightly. He's got a nice smile, but he's definitely he hasn't got the poker face, that's for sure. Nihal as well looks less stressed, though, I will say, but calculating now and saying, okay, I've got to be a little bit careful. For example, here, typical mistake that you could play is a move like Queen D7. Feels like you're connecting the rooks, everything's okay, but then bam, knight takes H6 or knight takes G7. Both are good. I don't know which is even better, but you drop something and a full pawn and effectively the game, actually. So this, I really, kudos to Ralph, right? This is a big lesson in how to play these situations. Point down, one game to go, have to win. Just get a position where you can play a little bit of pressure. That's all you can do at this level.
Knight takes H6 is already a threat. So what you've been pointing out is 100% true, and that's going to cause Nihal to think here. And what if you move the knight? That would be one of the big questions. If knight takes H6, removing the guard of this knight is the problem. What if I just move my knight to a square like H7? It looks awkward, but it avoids your tactic.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe here, white would now go Queen G3. Is that a move? Because it's still difficult to play Queen G5 because D6 is hanging, and then I'm threatening Bishop takes E6 straight away. Knight G5, I can play H4. So Queen G3 might be slightly problematic. And in fact, even there, what are you supposed to do even with black there? That's not at all apparent to me. There are even some cute little lines there. For example, if you go D5 after Queen G3, I can take on D5, take. Now I might even be able to play Bishop D5, Knight D5, Queen D5, Queen G6 is possible. I'm just showing off my tactical flair now, Robert. And you know what? After King H8, I play Knight takes G6 first. Oh, you love to see it. Come on.
Oh,
you love
my
to see
gosh.
It.
And you can repeat because every good chess player repeats, and then you go back and take the queen. But that is nasty.
Yeah, I don't want to show off too much because, to be honest, I think it will put the fear of God into all my future opponents. But that's no. But this is the sort of thing that could happen. This is a very, very tough. I like King H7 though by Sarin, just giving a bit more support to these pawns, and now none of the sacrifices seemingly work. But we got a trade, which I definitely like. And no, this trade I like for black.
We have to applaud Ralph's clock management as well. He's a minute and a half in the lead. I mean, Nihal plenty of time, and he's on the defensive. He's bringing his knight to E8. It's protecting everything. G7, D6, the queen can venture out, as you were mentioning before. So I think Nihal is doing a great job at keeping everything together. And what Ralph may want is knight G3 to H5, but it's not clear how you really make the progress necessary to win such a game. So he has his work cut out for him. And should we go back over to the game between Min and
Let's
Ding?
do it. We absolutely should. Should. So
we'll switch games now to Ding Liren versus Min Lei. It is the fourth and final, well, not necessarily final game, but fourth game of the match. And Min in trouble with the white pieces.
Yeah, slightly worse. King is slightly more exposed. Queen H3 is coming. And this is a sort of, if you guess this, Robert, all right, I'm gonna Venmo you $5. You ready for this? Yes. If I could choose anybody in the world to play this position with black, who is it that I would choose? You've got one guess.
Do they have to be living?
Yes, living.
Who would you choose with the black pieces to play this position?
It's only $5. Don't. Yeah, we ain't got all day.
Literally, Mamedyarov.
Nope. Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Oh, okay.
This is a Jan Nepomniachtchi position. You know what Magnus Carlsen said about Jan and various others? That he's the best major piece player in the world. In other words, when queens or rooks are on, he believes that Jan has got this magic. And I've seen it time and time again commentating on his games. Jan Nepomniachtchi is a master in such positions, and I would give Jan's position over Magnus, just to put things into perspective. He's such a beast. Ding, of course, more than qualified, but yeah. Not quite sure what the right way here is for black, but it feels as though there's something here. The feel is there, but I don't know quite how. Rook d6 feels so artificial, and
because where's the rook going? Where you still need queen f5, rook f6. It takes a long time to coordinate your pieces in a way that it actually causes problems. So I don't really want to go g5.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same, and it's just such a patzer move to go g5, because then he might just hit you with king h1 or something, and you feel like a patzer. So it's not Ding style either. This is much more Ding style. Okay, consolidates on the queen side, and
that was a surprisingly big moment here. If we just go back a step and analyze something really quickly, this capture on b5 with the queen rather than the pawn. I think so many say my coach taught me to capture towards the center, but look at the evaluation. It is going south for white, because the problem is this b5 pawn actually helps black. Once I play b6 here, I can eventually play c6, in fact, and go after this c3 pawn as well. So this is a situation that you don't want to capture towards the center. You don't want to help black get pawn breaks, and that's why queen takes b5 was instead played. Great recognition by Min, and after c5, rook b1, rook d6, we're in this position where both sides are jockeying for control over squares and to put pressure on pawns. But I like the opportunity for black against the white king that's looking a bit lonely.
yeah. Tricky. Still tricky. I think for Ding, he really wanted to sort of avoid, to really mitigate risk in this game, I feel. Like he could have chosen many more aggressive options against this white weak king. And I think he's just said, you know what? I would rather just not take any risk whatsoever and play in this style, which I don't mind. I think this is a good decision, actually.
I agree with you, because if we look at this match as a whole, what positions has Ding done well in? That dry position from game 2 with completely symmetrical structure and pieces, and he ground Min down. So this is the exact type of position where he would be a favorite against Min, knowing that the evaluation is zeros. Because in game 1, well, he should have had that game, frankly. And then in game 3, Min was outplaying him tactically. So we look at this setup, rook to b5 now by Min here, just putting more pressure, maybe rook to b1 next. I think this is anyone's game, despite the fact that there are no minor pieces, nothing in particular happening at the moment. I really think that either side can take this one, and it's not just in purely equal position that means it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, curious how this one starts to evolve over the next few moves. Has there been any major developments in the Mamedov Sarin game? Let's quickly have a look. Or is it still calm? Not calm at all.
I see a rook lift, so great time to head over here. The evaluation bar says zeros, Lawrence, but we wait. What?
Whoa! What?
At the very least, he just goes rook f1. Look
What?
at Ralph Mamedov go.
Yeah, I mean, I understand rook f1 because he just thinks he's getting all of his pieces in, and Sarin in huge trouble here, is he not?
He's, according to the eval bar of the side, busted already, and he doesn't. Can we just bring up an analysis board and go over this last move? Knight f6 seemed totally wrong, because as we analyze the position, like he went knight back to e8, which was a good move at the time. And then he brought his pieces to the defense, and here he brings his knight back to f6, and immediately it just plays into white's hands. d6 is hanging. There's all sorts of knight takes g7 ideas. Rook g3 at some moment might hurt a lot as well. Ooh.
Horrible position. Horrible, horrible, horrible position.
Lawrence, I don't think people will say, "Oh, that was a blunder," but and I kind of was on that train at first, but now that I think about it, just great opening choice from Mamedo's point of view. He said, "Let me just get this position where I have a much clearer plan. My opponent will be on his back foot. This open F file will benefit me. Coming up with specific ideas not so easy for Black. So I have to give a lot of credit to the veteran Azeri Grandmaster. He's earning this not just because Nihal made a bad move with Knight f6.
Yeah, totally agree. Really, really nicely played game. And Nihal starting to understand just how bad things are here. In fact, he might have to go knight back to e8 here, just to give the queen some breathing room. But you can't believe that he'll survive after knight to e8. The wide attack just looks so good. What can we do? Let's see, knight e8. Let's start with the obvious move, rook g3, queen back to d8. And maybe here, where is the touch? Where is the I don't, maybe just
I mean, I was going to ask though. I mean, Rook G3 was such a natural move, but maybe also Knight G3 to H5.
Yeah.
Next piece of the attack.
Yes.
It's too much. Everything is happening here.
I did have another idea here, Rob. I just want to show it because I'm in that kind of mood. Clearly, that after Rook G3, Queen D8, can we play King H1 with the idea Knight G1, Knight F3, Knight G5 check? Because Knight F6 doesn't really do very much, and I just carry on Knight G1, and I bring the knight in this way. It's possible. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's possible.
Well, it's clearly not bad. I mean, maybe it's not the best move, but it's still saying that White has a plus here. So that's a clever, a very deep idea. I would not have thought about it myself, but I see what you're pointing out, that if you can just kick that king back, then you're going to have a sack on h6 delivering checkmate. And if Black plays f6 ever, they're just weakening your control over the g file. So there is definitely some merit to it. But I mean, Nihal can't find a move. He's on 2 minutes to 9. His king is being hunted. He's just, I guess, queen h5 here.
Yeah, so he's trying to trade queens, but now takes, knight takes d6, rook d8, I think he wants to then take on d3. Is his plan.
Makes sense. It feels like there's going to be an extra pawn for White in like 5 different ways. Like if you trade queens, d6, f7, b7, all of them are under attack.
Yeah, it feels like there is something here for White, but a bit of precision is required.
What if he just goes queen g3? Just keeps the queens on the board, then moves his queen back to f2, and then brings his rook over and traps his queen. Am I asking for too much?
Yeah. You're asking for too much, Robert.
Hey, come on. We're friends, Friends, they let each other get away with things like that, like making 3 moves in a row.
Okay, he does go for this. Yeah, and he does take, and he's going to go knight c3. Exactly. No, this was a smart, and now knight c5 is coming, and he's got lovely control. Notice how the pawn on e3 is an incredibly important pawn here, not allowing these knights to get back into the game. We often say double pawns are bad. Not here. These 2 double pawns doing a great job controlling squares.
Right.
So it looks Ralph with a great chance to level up the match.
For sure, but you mentioned double pawns, so I just brought my eyes to the other game. And so let's go back to that one.
Yeah.
And it looks like Ralph is going to even this up. We might get tie breaks there. But in this one, all of a sudden, it looked like a level position, but that rook has leveled up. It went from d6 to f6 to f5, and that's a huge problem because rook h5 is coming. Queen f6 was also a double attack, and -3 now all of a sudden after queen to g1. What is the move here?
Yeah, that is the question. And had I done my tactics training a little earlier, I might have found it. D4 might be just it.
Love it. Absolutely love it. This E3 pawn needs to stay put. Otherwise, F4 is dropped, opening up the A8, H1 diagonal. Ding Liren is feeling this position. And Min, he's down on the clock. He's down on the board. He might be down in his luck.
Yeah, I think this is just all she wrote for Min. No redeeming features here in White's position. Very, very tough. Queen G3, but now you can even take on E3. It's probably good enough, but even takes, and can you just go D3? Then C4, I guess. Okay, so Ding decides to keep the queens on. Can't be bad either.
He's illustrating the point that when you have the safer king, you normally want more heavy pieces on the board. So he keeps the queen on, going after this king on h1 at some point. Queen c6 check, could even scoop up a pawn. c3 is hanging. Ugh, this is not looking very pleasant for Min. His pawn structure is worse, and his king safety is worse.
Yeah, this is not good at all. I really, really hate this position.
You're gonna hate Nihal Sarin's position more, and you're gonna hate his time situation. Nihal Sarin is down to 20 seconds in his game against Rauf Mamedov. So I think that his chances in this particular game are out the window. He's up 2-1. So as you said, he had that safety net, that cushion, where even if he happened to lose, he still gets to go to a tiebreak. But for the Nihal Sarin fans around the globe, and in particular in India, they're probably biting their nails, nervous that their superstar may be eliminated here in the opening round at the Chess.com Global Championship.
Yeah, a lot of nervy moments here. But fair play to Rauf. I mean, for hanging in there, because there's been a few spots. It felt as though the match could have ended a lot earlier. We'll stick here, though, with Min Lee. Takes. Oof. Ugly position for White. No redeeming features. Worse structure, worse pieces, worse king. Every single imbalance is in, Black's favor here. This is not what you want. Playing White. This is just gross.
Also, it looks like Min offered a draw at some point. Not now, of course, but earlier in the game. I'm seeing it in the game chat on Chess.com. So apparently Min did offer a draw, and Ding Liren was not interested, and for good reason. I think White can almost borderline resign here.
Yeah, it's just over, isn't it? I mean, objectively, it's bad. Practically, it's bad. Weaknesses everywhere. You just can't survive this position, especially against the world number 2. How do you, with 1 minute against... I mean, let me put it this way. If Min saves this game, I have various hats, and I will happily chew on one on stream. Like, you can just take on a4 here. There are no checks even, so this is just...
And unfortunately for Min, he might twirl all of his hair out by the end, but he's not going to twirl out of this position. His king is being hunted. He's down and outside past pawn. F4 and F2 are doubled. Over here, it feels like there should be just a win almost on the spot, but it's not that straightforward.
No. Still a little bit of work, but you tend to feel like Ding is going to find the right way. Let's go to the other game, because I really think this one is all she wrote. Has Rauf finished things off here? And he's doing very well. But it's definitely not over. And Nihal Sarin is a tricky customer, but with 7 seconds left, you tend to believe that Rauf is going to find a way.
I like b4, and after a takes before a4. Give me this pass pawn that roams up the board. Rauf, he doesn't need to rush. He can maybe just bring his king up, but he takes. What was that? Why would you take that back?
Why would he do that? That's a very strange decision. Now it's very difficult to unravel. And Ralph, I think, realizes it. Like knight d5, rook b5. Okay, h3, you just go h5 here, quick.
I think
Surely
he's
you
playing
play h5.
for Nihal's time trouble. And Nihal's just sitting. As you were saying, it's not that simple for white to move this knight, and those are double isolated pawns. So Nihal, I mean, he is a speed demon. He got fortunate there because a4, if we just go back, bring up the announcement very, very quickly there. It's a good illustration, a picturesque one, that it's not about pawn quantity, but quality. A4 here was clearly better. This pawn can go up the board. The king can join the party, sprinting over to the queen side. So that was a huge objective mistake from Ralph. And look at this. The rook is getting active for Nihal. It is a losing position, but this is exactly how you save positions, is that you get some sort of activity, your opponent gets bothered. The good news for Ralph is he's up 4 minutes.
King d3. Let's check. King c2.
F4, okay.
I mean, trying anything, trying something. Yeah, he wants to take and maybe go some f3 at some point. I'm not sure, but yeah, of course it should be losing. Knight d6. Rook c7. Okay, knight back to e4. So
b7.
Knight b7, knight c5, knight d6 looks crushing.
Yeah, if you go knight c5, you can also just take that thing. This rook needs to stay on the b file at all costs. Yeah, this is winning. Okay.
A good move.
Knight a5 can happen in a moment's notice, and
knight a5, knight e5, whichever.
Yeah, you can't take it because then the pawn promotes. So Ralph, he's doing the right thing now. I think he rushed it a little earlier, and he was playing for Nihal's time trouble. Now that he 1,000% knows he's completely winning, he's just trying to find the right path, and his king is now about to walk up. Oh, but king a4 is knight c3 check.
Knight c3 check. Okay, there's still a little bit of work here. There's still a little bit of work. b4, okay. King h6
Nice
will be played. Oh, f3.
Yeah,
Oof.
desperate times, desperate measures,
Yeah.
all that stuff. And knight d6.
Yeah.
And rook takes t3.
No, that's the end of the game, yeah.
Mamedov, he evens it up on demand. Let's see the other game is over. Ding Liren has officially won and moved on, which means we have one game left, and Ding Liren didn't just win. He checkmated this king, he won the queen in the process. So Ding, I think that he is going to count his lucky stars. We should note that he's had an exceptionally long day because he's playing in the Chinese league. He had a classical game of chess today, so we just need to contextualize. But I think that Min Lee, there's not an extra monetary prize for consolation prize, but he deserves a round of applause the world over. He kept the world number 2 on his heels the entire match, but Ding Liren, when it came down to the wire, he was able to win the final game and move on here in the Chess.com Global Championship.
Yeah, a shaky start for Ding. As you said, he played a classical game, clearly was lacking a bit of energy, was certainly playing well below the level we expect him to play at. Unlucky for Min Lee. Tough first round pairing, of course. Gets a bit unlucky to get Ding in the first round, but that's why this is the Global Championship. We've got some of the best players in the world playing in this tournament, including Ding Liren, who will be fighting for the World Championship title against Nihan Nepomuceno. So, congratulations to Ding. Of course, Vladimir Kramnik already through. He crushed Hrant Mikulmian, and he goes through. And now the question is it going to be Sarin or Mamedov? The momentum now with Mamedov, but are we going to see him follow through? We'll be back in just a few minutes as we set up the players for the Armageddon playoff. We'll go into detail about how that all works when we come straight back. But don't go anywhere. It's going to be exciting.
And we are back here at the Chess.com Global Championship. 2 matches are done with. Ding Liren moves on, as does Vladimir Kramnik, who swept Hrant Melkumyan. But Nihal Sarin has not had his way with Rauf Mamedov. The match continues. It is tied 2-2. And Lawrence, we get Armageddon, where the players are going to bid on their starting time.
Precisely, and we'll put up a little graphic here of how it works. So it is an Armageddon game, meaning there is one game and one game only. Black only needs to make a draw in order to win, but of course, what will happen is Black will have less time than White. That is the way this is compensated. The lower bid plays with the Black pieces. So both players are going to suggest a time. They're going to bid a time. And White will start with 15 minutes regardless. And so I'm very curious to see what times they bid at and how quick and good they think they are. From what I've seen so far, Rauf Mamedov has been by far the quicker player today. And if I was Rauf, I would go in for a low ball bid around the 12-minute mark and hopefully make sure that that's the lowest bid. And if I get that, I would be very happy having draw odds. So I'm very curious what they end up bidding, if they bid the same amount, and what the times end up being. And I believe they're in the process of doing that straight away.
Actually, you were 100% correct with Rauf Mamedov's bid. He did bid 12 minutes. Nihal Sarin bid 11 minutes. So Nihal gets 11 minutes with the black pieces. Rauf gets 15 in white. But if the game is a draw, that means that Nihal Sarin moves on. So if you're rooting for the Indian teenager, a draw is okay. He gets through. But Lawrence, what we just saw from Rauf with the white pieces, it's clear he's up to the task, winning on demand with white.
Wow. I'm actually a bit shocked because... Well, sorry, it's Rauf who has white and has to win.
Rauf
right?
has white. Mm-hmm. That's
right. Rauf has white and has to win. I'm concerned for Nihal. Rauf has played fantastic chess with the white pieces. He's been much quicker. The 4-minute differential is huge. It's really a lot. Rauf has to play in exactly the same way you just played. Slow game, not forcing theory. Doesn't matter if he's equal or slightly better, or just has a game that he can draw out, because ultimately the clock is a big thing here. And I'm very surprised that Nihal went in so low. I think this is a slightly inexperienced bid, actually. I don't know if you think the same, Robert.
No, I could definitely get behind it. That's the thing. When you're bidding, sometimes think, 11 minutes. That's a lot. I usually play Blitz or Bullet online. But when you're playing somebody as strong as and in shape as Rauf Mamedov, that time differential is going to hurt you, and there is zero increment. So we know that Nihal Sarin is like a 3,300 rated bullet player. We know that he made it to the semis of the Speed Chess Championship last year, but there's no increment here, and it's a longer time control, which means that if he is faced with this impressive rook lift and pressure down the F-file like we saw a game ago, that's not going to bode well for Nihal's chances. So I actually, if you can made me put odds on this, like I would think that Rauf is suddenly like a 60% favorite.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think Rauf is favorite now. And if you're a Nihal Sarin fan, and many people watching this are going to be big Nihal Sarin fans, I would have every right to be slightly nervous. Of course, Nihal is more than capable of pulling it off, but I don't know. The momentum is in Rauf's favor. The experience on Rauf's side wouldn't surprise me at all to see the Azari Grandmaster come through. Rauf, head in hands already, thinking about what opening he's going to play, how he's going to set out. Nihal, not yet at his desk. Remember, they're playing for a huge amount of money in this global championships. $200,000 first prize. It is a groundbreaking prize fund for this kind of tournament. 1 million total prize fund. Quite extraordinary. And, well, we're going to soon see which of these players goes through to chase that dream of winning the big cash. And we have our first mini surprise. Do you remember what this one's called, Robert?
Yes, because I played it as a child. It's the Wormald attack. Yes, I played this actually quite a lot. And it's a slower approach, which can be seen as, well, you're not really getting much of an opening edge, but it's nice when you have a lead on the clock from the very first move. Look, Nihal is the first person to start digging deep, trying to come up with a plan. He's playing much in the same vein as he did in the previous game, but Ralph just feels comfortable here. That's the thing, is even if the eval bar is saying there's nothing going on, there's a lot beneath the surface.
There really is, yeah. But I think this is, again, a pretty decent choice by Ralph, just to get a position. He doesn't really care about being better or pressurizing Nihal. He just needs to get a position where he can play a long game. He's trying to take advantage, leverage the fact that he's got 4 extra minutes on the clock. Nihal understands he's got to play quicker. And wow, there we get the first mini surprise by Ralph. He goes for an early G4. This I am slightly surprised by. It's probably all right. He wants to put the knight on G3 and put the knight on F5. So I don't hate it in that sense, but I am surprised.
You know what this why this move can be played is because black has his pawn on B5, which is part of the opening from the black side of a Spanish, but it means that black's king can't really castle queenside, and that means that castling kingside is where it's going to go, and then you have a G5 quickly hitting black where it hurts. So the pawn on H6 is a bit of a hook here, and that is why Mamedov can play in this vein.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more I look at it, the more I actually quite like it, because you also make Nihal pause and think for a little while. And it's not too outrageous to play G4, knight G3. It's not some, it's not too risky. We see it a lot in these structures. Reminds me of the famous game Capablanca Marshall. Capablanca Marshall. I can't quite remember the year, where Capablanca managed to get a big knight on F5, and Marshall's bishop was on H5 in that position. But still, the point remains: the knight is beautiful on F5, and yeah, I like White's position.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about from Ralph's perspective is if he's going to bite a hole in his shirt, because he's been nibbling away this whole game. He's clearly nervous. He cares a lot about the result here, but White is just significantly better. Practically speaking, White is better. You have more space thanks to these advanced pawns over here. The knight on F5 is just such a nuisance. You can never play G6 because you'll drop this H6 pawn, and you're well ahead on the clock because you started with a 4-minute lead that now has grown into 4.5 minutes. So Ralph, he has a chance here. He can take on B6, Lawrence. I'm not sure I would do that. I know it doubles the pawns and makes D6 a little bit loose, but leaving the tension here also makes sense because black doesn't especially want to take on E3 to allow white to take with the F pawn.
Yeah, I don't see bishop takes B6 happening anytime soon, actually.
You seem very.
That said, I don't have so many easy moves here as white.
You could castle queenside, but I don't think he wants to do that very soon. So
he does do it. Okay.
And now maybe queen c7, just a simple move to defend the b6 pawn, keep d6 defended as well. Later in the game, once you defend everything, you could even consider queen c5. So I still prefer white. I mean, I'm going to say this all game. White is going to be the side for choice. But Nihal, maybe he can play the next few moves quickly, although after d4, you certainly aren't going to rush.
Yeah. No, I think Ralph in the driving seat clearly here. And Nihal is going to have to come up with something quick or face real adversity.
I hate his position, Lawrence. I really,
Yeah.
really don't like this for Nihal.
Mm-hmm. I get it. I get it. It's hard to find a move. White has got the space advantage everywhere. Brilliant opening choice by Ralph Mamedov.
And you, from the very beginning, you were talking about how Ralph has this experience, and people, of course, are talking about Nihal, who's a fantastic player, one of the best players in the world. But I think people don't quite understand what experience means. And they know, oh, he's played more games, he's played longer, great. But they don't understand that in moments like this, in situations when you're bidding a certain amount of time, when you're choosing an opening in a must-win game, Ralph knows how to handle these pressure situations because he's been there before. And it's not a knock on Nihal. It's just he's very young and hasn't played that much chess, at least not as much high stakes chess. So I think that Ralph is doing everything you could ask of him. Nihal still is hanging in this game. And also the lead on the clock is shrinking all of a sudden. It ballooned up to 5+ minutes. Now it's back down to 4 minutes. 7 minutes, 41 seconds is an eternity for a player like Nihal Sarin. So I do think that while I like White's position and maybe e takes f5 can be played to open up the e file and pin this pawn, that does allow this knight eventually to hop into f4. So it's still a complex battle.
Yeah, super complex. So I do feel as though Sarin would have been happy with the past few moves somehow. I get that impression. Remember, Sarin only needs to make a draw here with black. He's managed to get some kind of stability, but at the same time, he can't ever castle queenside because a6 is hanging. So I'm not sure. So yeah, exactly. So Ralph does castle, and I think he really wants to play something like king g2 f3 here, just to break open the position and then start landing on some of these weak squares.
Good call. And it's just a tough moment here for Nihal because he can't castle kingside. He already moved his rook. Right. If you push the g pawn, h6 will fall. You don't want to give that pawn away. And if you do nothing, so to speak, there could be a c4. There's a pawn break that removes the d5 pawn, which is defending e4. As you point out, f3 at any moment is going to be an issue. You can play b4, rook a3, rook a1, just increase the pressure on the queen side. So I feel like black needs to be quick. And I meant that over the board, but I'm looking at the clock once again, now down to 6 minutes, 45 seconds in a very complicated position here. I think Nihal's considering king d7.
Yeah, I think that's a tough move to play, though, because, you've got visions of this knight landing on e5 with check in some positions. That said, I am struggling here for black. Nihal with a big exhalation there. Big exhale. Normally a sign of, he understands that this is really tough. Ralph looking much more relaxed.
Right. And without the increment, this is getting very worrying for Nihal Sarin because let's say he gets down to 1 minute left, he can't build up time. And so Nihal is fully concentrated. But what Ralph has done so well, it's the Hikaru Nakamura school of speed chess, is oftentimes it's better to play a good move quickly than the best move slowly. And Nihal, he needs to be careful just because of the precarious nature of his position. But you got to move. Now you're down to 5.5 minutes. You've half the time of your opponent. You're worse on the board, and your king is never going to find true shelter.
Yeah, and this is precisely why I think an 11-minute bid by Nihal was absolutely ridiculous, actually. He was already a much slower player. He should have noticed in the first 4 games. And he should have probably bid something like 13 minutes, which had a really good chance of being the wrong bid. And if it was the right bid, he gets an extra 2 minutes. And if it's the wrong bid, okay, he has to win with white, but is more than capable to. And now he's in a spot under 5 minutes, no easy move on the board. Just the time just starts ticking and ticking, and then the nerves and the anxiety is kicking in, and he does finally go for King F8, but this is met by C4.
He takes it. Wow. Okay. Knight takes E4 is possible here. Rook E8. There's always Queen A3 check. So that check is very important here to get out of the pin.
Yeah, this is actually just nasty for black. Knight takes E4 is just a move you really should be playing here, I feel.
But Ralph considering something. There's something he doesn't like about it.
Well, I mean, he's got other moves in this position. He might want to play a move like Rook FC1, for example. B5, B3 makes a whole ton of sense, trying to win this C pawn. But he eventually does settle for knight takes E4. And Nihal, of course, sees that Queen A3 check is in the air. And this is a really tough position. I wonder if you should go Queen E7 here as Nihal Sarin. Because at least there's no Queen A3 check, and if I can trade some pieces, how bad can it be? Still bad, probably, but
I can get behind that though.
It's hard. This is not easy at all for Sarin.
Yeah, I mean, knight D5 is also possible, but more than the position, I'm getting so concerned about his time. He's done 3 minutes and 40 seconds. No increment.
Yeah, this is just a catastrophic spot for Nihal. Now he's just getting flustered. 3 minutes. Ralph has got 10 minutes, 7-minute gap. Nihal's going to have to play at breakneck speed. The move isn't obvious. Decides to take, but this is, a really depressing decision. Now you don't even know what you're supposed to do with this rook. Because, you can play rook e8, but queen f3, exactly. Now what do you do about this a-pawn? He goes a5. And all of these moves that Ralph is playing are just good moves. Trying to trade off here. You can't get this rook from g8 into the game. So you try and keep a rook on rook d8. Now you've got many moves for white. Rook e4. I was just about to say that. Exactly. Rook e4. Now you double. Then you can play queen a3, queen e3, whatever you want. All kinds of stuff. Some f6s. It's just horrible.
How is this only plus 1.4? It looks like plus 6.
It looks dead, doesn't it? Yeah, it really does. G5.
Wow.
Okay. Drastic measures, but now you just go f6 as white. You don't think
f6,
surely.
There could be rook g6, and I'm not saying that black is okay, but maybe there's a way to slither that king at some point to g8 and h7. It looks really bad. I mean, obviously it looks terrible.
Like f6, rook g6, rook ae1. If king g8, I go rook e8 check. And
there's something here. Maybe queen d6 or something. Just go for this pawn. That's the problem with pushing pawns.
Queen d6. Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it?
And it's incredibly tempting to play f6 to keep this king locked in. You see that king g7 is the desired goal. It goes queen d6 first, which apparently is a big mistake. A huge mistake. Looks like such a
rook e6.
Oh, we both saw it like the same time.
Wow,
It's
and the
not
point
that.
is after takes. It's not because Queen F4 E7 is not clear. Queen F4 here. That's the move. Yeah, this
Queen
is
f4
winning. Wait,
e7. Yeah.
King G7. I take on D8, and then Queen
Why is
B7 check.
Oh, you continue your attack. But to see this,
Yeah.
not just to see this from a mile away, but to assess it accurately is really, really difficult. So Queen D6 and Queen C3 instead. And we've been talking about this. It may not be the best move. It may not be the perfect move, but it's good enough and played quickly. So Nihal back on the clock, 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining for the Indian teenager, the superstar. And now he's down a pawn. But if he can trade queens, he has huge chances to hold.
Yeah, I feel like he's the position has definitely improved now. This was an excellent decision, but he still has the time issue. This is the problem. He still has only 2 minutes to hold this position, so he's going to have to be very, very efficient with the mouse. This is still very, very tough.
That game that Ralph won, right, in game 4, we were talking about the decision B4 and A takes B4. He wasn't playing super accurately down the stretch. And right now, his accuracy has been tailing off a bit. And Nihal, with 2 minutes, is like most players with 6. The guy is so fast, calculates so well. We see Ralph biting his shirt again. He undoubtedly is nervous. He knows Nihal. He's played him many times online. He knows his reputation. And he's certainly worried that, wait a second, hasn't Black just completely stabilized?
Yeah. I mean, Black is a pawn down. That should be pointed out. I wonder if here... Does Queen E5 check make sense? That's my question.
Probably
with
Queen
the idea
E6.
of takes. Yeah. So he plays another passing move, Rook E3, Queen F6.
Wow. So
Yeah,
you asked... You mentioned, sorry, Lawrence, but you mentioned the White's up a pawn, but it's almost like White's up a pawn, but Black's also up a pawn because Black's up a queenside pawn, whereas White has an extra pawn on D4 and F5. So that imbalance helps Black's chances. And with a Rook C1 and a Rook D6 and a Rook D1, all sorts of plans here to go after White's hanging pawns.
Totally agree. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think Black has done extraordinarily well to get to this position. If I'm Ralph, I really want to keep a 2-minute cushion against Nihal. I want to keep the 2 minutes, and I've got moves to do that. Like, for example, okay, Queen E5. Like, so I think it's a mistake now. Yeah. Rook C4 makes a lot of sense. This move I like by Ralph. Really nice move. Sorry, by Nihal. Yeah. Ralph looking at this saying, how did I get to this position after such a glorious moment earlier? Must be very annoying.
I take it back, everybody. Always play the best move. Don't play good moves quickly. You always play the best move because when you're playing against Nihal Sarin, if you don't play with pinpoint precision, he is going to counter. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I believe the chances are greater than 50% that Nihal holds this game.
Wow. Okay. So you're giving me evens on Ralph coming through?
Yes.
That's better than these NFL spreads, buddy. I have to lay juice on those.
But, I mean, we look at the position here. Pieces are coming up the board. If you take with this rook, there's a rook B7, followed by rook E to E7, and F7 will fall. That's why I took with this rook. You can go rook B4, rook F8. Okay, Lawrence, I don't think Ralph's winning this game. Rook F8.
All right, I'll take the Ralph overall victory for $5.
Okay. Not that I promote gambling, but...
we're not promoting gambling. This is just a bit of fun between two friends.
Oh, and the advantage now turning in Nihal's favor. Why is that? Oh, because you can bring rook C8 and check, and you can't leave the second rank for this E2 rook.
Okay, but that's tricky.
So just go rook C8 probably. Rook D8, same idea.
D8, okay. King F2 or King G2. He wants Rook D3 next. That's annoying.
And then the black king can actually walk into F4. Like, black can just checkmate white at the end of this.
All right, I'm nervous.
Well, Ralph is nervous too.
Wow. Okay.
He's nervous. He's hungry. And Nihal, all of a sudden, he looks ready to secure his spot in the round of 32.
Yeah, but he's only got a minute, and now Ralph needs to he needs to use every part of his imagination and genius. But it looks very, very tough suddenly, I have to say. What are you supposed to even do? You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I play Rook E7. Exactly. Rook B2, King G3, Rook F8, and Rook EC7. This is what I do here. King G3 and Rook EC7. Correct. Well done, Ralph. This is the way
you're just gonna try to. You got to flag him. That's what you have to do.
I'm going to dirty flag you. I don't care. Oof, but Rook A7. This might be a brilliant move because B5, and then Rook C5. Not check because I don't want to allow King. Okay. This is
Nihal's moving too. He's moving too slowly though. 53 seconds.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's going to be a nail-biting finish. Rook D7. I like this move.
He's the best bullet player on the planet, but he's found 4. Does he know he doesn't have increment?
I think he knows.
I feel like no, he's playing too slowly to know. What is happening?
B5. Rook D5.
Must know. Why is he moving so slowly?
You got to hurry up. Rook B2. King G7 will be played. Okay, now you got to King G8. Goodness me.
Oh, you know what he's setting up with the pawn? With the pawn on G5. If this rook gets there, he's gonna checkmate him. Oh my god, he set this up.
No,
it's checkmate.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, the pawn on G5 is the hero.
He set it up.
He lulled him into a trance, thinking, oh my gosh, I'm just going to easily win. He set this up brilliantly with the pawn on G5, Rook C2. You got to go. You've 16 seconds. Oh my gosh, it's Rook C1.
C1 is good enough. It's the same thing.
And he can just make a draw there, right? A draw is a win. Oh.
It's made.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
Is he going to be in time? No, 15 seconds.
He found a way.
15 seconds.
What a defense.
Just what a great decision making by Ralph. Trick him. Try to confuse him. Oh my gosh. 12 seconds. You got to go. You got to go, Nihal.
No, he's going to move.
Oh, he's going to B3, B2, B1. He can almost like pre-move it. B3.
Oh, great stuff by Ralph.
Nihal's so fast. The speed. F2. Oh, you know what you should do? You should repeat moves. Okay, but F1 queen is pre-movable, and if you get the last piece off the board, you can't lose. And it's going to be mate.
Oh, it's mate.
My goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Nihal Sarin is a magician, and he wrecked him, Ralph. He eliminates the Azeri Grandmaster. What a brilliant display of pattern recognition from Nihal Sarin. We got to go back in time here because it looked like it was over. That Ralph Mamedov, he was doing everything right around here. The problem for Nihal was on the clock. He was down to 21 seconds, but a brilliant setup by Nihal. Rook B7, taking his eyes off his own king while trying to stop these pawns. And then Rook C8 with the rook coming down to either C2 or C1. The pawn on G5 takes away the escape squares. This is unbelievable stuff from the Indian sensation.
I mean, could we have asked for more from a first round of matches? What a battle these guys had. Nihal Sarin just too quick by a few seconds, showing off how good he is at bullet. 4 seconds left he had on his clock to finish that one off. A valiant effort by Ralph. But it is the young Indian superstar who manages to go through.
Can
Bad news is I owe Robert Hills $5. Good news is my bracket is still alive.
I just can't get over how good at bullet he is. I didn't even think about this F pawn. Honestly, I was looking, how do I push these pawns over here? But like the full board awareness, it seems obvious when you have all the time in the world to analyze. But I'm looking at, does B3 work? And it does, in fact, win the game, of course. But look at how long this takes. Right now you have to, all right, you'll win this pawn to make a draw. But like, it takes so much longer to figure this stuff out. So Nihal Sarin, I mean, the guy is just an absolute whiz kid. He moves on to the next round barely. But I think this is good for him. Like, I have Nihal in my top 8. And I think having a close match like this, where he'll learn more about bidding and how much time he can really have when he is without increment, I think these kind of things benefit a young player just getting this experience in.
Yeah, and I think he'll use this, Robert. As we were saying, I guess he's going to even watch the stream back and probably work out that his bid was actually, he lowballed way too hard. If he has another Armageddon shot, he's not really a guy stylistically, because he takes those long things, who should be bidding 11 in the future, and I think he'll change that. Let's just have a quick sort of summary again for people. Well, if you've just joined us, you've missed an unbelievable day of chess so far, and we've got plenty more action to come. This is just the first round. There will be more from the Global Chess Championships shortly after we've finished here. But quick summary, Ding Liren has managed to beat Min Lee after a topsy-turvy affair where Min Lee certainly had his chances to cause a major upset in the first round. But it was Ding Liren with a bit more clutch play towards the end who managed to do the job. Vladimir Kramnik, no sweat at all. Whitewashes Melkumian. Kramnik looked absolutely sublime. Talk of him being old, retired, can't play online, and the rest of it, I think, has been soundly refuted today by his play. I think he's taking this tournament very, very seriously, and I expect a deep run by Vladimir Kramnik. And as we've just seen, Nihal Sarin beating Mamedov in the Armageddon match, an absolutely just dramatic, heart-thumping finish. And it means that the young Indian Grandmaster superstar beats his experienced Azeri opponent. And the three, in my opinion, rating favorites, even though Rafa Mamedov theoretically was higher rated than Sarin, if we look at classical ratings as well and maybe some other metrics, Sarin probably the favorite on paper. But all the favorites do go through so far. Any final thoughts yourself there, Robert?
I certainly do about this side of the bracket. That 4-5 matchup between Andrei Yesipenko and Bassem Amin. Yesipenko, he is world famous for beating Magnus Carlsen in the Tata Steel Masters a few years back. But Bassem Amin, the best player from the African continent, the Egyptian legend, is also a doctor, a medical doctor. And, he's been over 2,700. He can really hang with the best of them. And if Rauf Mamedov gave us any indication, as did Min Lei at the top of the bracket there's no easy points here. Not a single one. I mean, these players are superstars, and that's how strong the global championship is. The lowest rated player in the entire field is still over 2,500 in classical chess and FIDE, and better than that in the rapid type control. So I know that you have Yesipenko going far as the 4 seed. Think about that. Andrei Yesipenko is the 4th highest seed in this side of the bracket. That's crazy to think about. And we just had a whirlwind of an opening series of matches. Lawrence, I mean, that was just the most fun that I could have asked for when I wake up before 6 a.m. here in New York.
Yeah, and a big shout out, of course, to everybody who did join us from the US, who got up super early, or people who made an effort to come and watch this. The action is not over today. 2 things to tell you guys about. Firstly, there is the Gordon Hayward Arena. Go to go.chess.com/play Gordon to join. You can play against him. But if you want to watch the next round of matches from the Global Challenge, you can see those in around 90 minutes time. And it will be, the matches look absolutely fantastic. We've got Yesipenko from this group that we've just commentated on. Vallejo Pons, the Spanish #1 against the Russian Grandmaster Matlakov. How about battle of the 2 young Grandmasters, Sevian and Svane, the very solid German Svan playing against Sevian. We've got Liem Lequang, who, of course, well known out of St. Louis now, playing against one half of the Chess Bra, Eric Hansen, who qualified early doors to this stage of the competition. That's going to be a real fun one. As is Alexienko against Mr. Martinez, aka Jospin, more commonly known if you watch the Chess.com streams. A very, very talented rapid play. Alexienko, of course, having qualified for the candidates a couple years back. Very, very, decent player in his own right, of course. Tons of great matches, and those will be commentated by the one and only Daniel Naroditsky, aka Dania, and, well, it looks as though the big man has decided to step into the booth himself. The one and only Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, Danny Wrench, taking a time out from, what does he do nowadays, Robert? Like a bit of CrossFit, daddy tasks. Does he actually play chess anymore? What's his deal? He's going to be there. That should be very exciting.
He does play a bit of chess, and of course he covers all the chess around the globe. He's got his hand in many different cookie jars, but he will have the call with Danya, and that will be very exciting stuff after the Gordon Hayward arena, of course. But I do want to give a quick shout out to my good friend Daryl Morey. We're in the NBA. He's the president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. It is his 50th birthday. He's a huge chess fan. He loves the game. And so happy birthday to Daryl. But for now, Lawrence and I are going to say goodbye. Please have a great rest of your day. It's only just getting started, especially if you're in the United States. Gordon Hayward's arena comes up next. Then it's more from the Chess.com Global Championship. You will not want to miss any of the action.
No stranger to making a good first impression, Andrei Yesipenko had his hello world moment at the turn of last year. Competing at the prestigious Tata Steel tournament, Yesipenko managed a shocking victory over the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
It is just groundbreaking. One of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen.
Only 18 at the time, Yesipenko made history as the youngest player to hand Carlsen a defeat in a classical game during his world championship reign.
18-year-old Andrei Yesipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game. Wow.
In late summer, the teen sensation had saved plenty of mojo for competing in one of the final opportunities to qualify for the CGC.
Oh man, he's got quite the mouse. The Yesipenko showing the gears on his bike there.
Dominating his play-in session, Yesipenko won 6 of his 9 games, including 3 draws, to take first place and punch his ticket to the round of 64.
Andrei Yesipenko has qualified. Another Super Jam claims a spot in the 64-player knockout.
Despite his age and lack of experience compared to other veterans in his group, Yasipenko has every reason to believe he can earn a seat at the table in Toronto this November.